She thought she was just helping a stranded stranger escape the storm. But when Elena Martinez woke up the next morning, her crumbling backyard had been transformed into a sprawling mansion, and the homeless man she'd sheltered was gone. Before we dive into this incredible story, don't forget to subscribe, because tomorrow we have an extra special story. And leave a comment telling us where in the world you're watching from. We'd love to hear your story too. The rain hammered against the thin walls of Elena Martinez's apartment like bullets fired from an angry sky, each drop a reminder of all the repairs she couldn't afford. She pressed her back against the door she'd just locked, her nurse's scrub still damp from the sprint between her car and the building's entrance. The parking lot had become a lake in the hour since the storm began, and Elena's 15-year-old Honda had barely made it through the rising water. At 34, Elena carried the weight of 2 lifetimes in the dark circles under her eyes and the permanent tension in her shoulders. Her thick black hair, streaked with premature silver that she couldn't afford to cover, was pulled back in a practical ponytail that had survived a 12-hour shift at Metropolitan General Hospital. The scrubs, faded blue from countless washings, hung loose on her small frame. She'd lost weight she couldn't spare since picking up the weekend shifts at the urgent care clinic. "Mom?" Sophia's voice called from the living room, concern evident even through the sound of wind rattling the windows. The power's flickering again. Elena kicked off her sensible white shoes, noting with dismay that the left sole had finally separated completely from the upper. Another expense she'd have to postpone. "I'm home, mija," she called back, forcing brightness into her voice as she hung her damp jacket on a hook beside the door. "How was your evening?" Sofia Martinez Santos appeared in the narrow hallway, textbook in hand, her 15-year-old face a perfect blend of Elena's delicate features and the strong jawline inherited from a father who'd disappeared before her second birthday. At 5'6", she was already taller than her mother, with the kind of natural beauty that Elena prayed wouldn't complicate her daughter's path to the college education they were both working toward. "Mrs. Chen brought over some leftover rice again," Sophia reported, gesturing toward the small kitchen. "And the guidance counselor called about the SAT prep program. It's expensive, but she thinks I could qualify for a scholarship to state if my scores are high enough." Elena's heart swelled with pride and clenched with anxiety in equal measure. Sophia maintained a 4.2 GPA while working part-time at the local grocery store, every dollar of her earnings dedicated to the college fund they'd been building since she was 12. The SAT prep program cost $800, money Elena didn't have but would somehow find. "We'll make it work," Elena assured her, though she had no idea how. "Your education is the most important investment we can make." A violent crack of thunder shook the building, followed by the unmistakable sound of the transformer on their block exploding. Darkness swallowed their apartment, leaving only the occasional flash of lightning to illuminate their modest surroundings. Elena felt her way to the kitchen drawer where they kept emergency candles, a necessity in a building with electrical systems that predated modern safety standards. "I was hoping to finish my chemistry homework," Sophia sighed as Elena lit several candles around the living room. "The exam is tomorrow." "Use the flashlight app on your phone," Elena suggested, though she knew Sophia was rationing battery life. Their cell phone plan was the cheapest available, with limited data and no premium features. "Just don't drain the battery completely. We might need it if this storm gets worse." As if summoned by her words, a tremendous crack echoed through the night, followed by the sound of splintering wood. Elena and Sophia rushed to the living room window, peering through the rain-streaked glass to see that the ancient oak tree in the courtyard had split, one massive branch now blocking the building's main entrance. "No one's getting in or out tonight," Sophia observed, unconsciously echoing Elena's thoughts. Elena was about to agree when a sharp knock at their door made both women freeze. In the 15 months they'd lived in the building, no one had ever knocked on their door after 8 p.m. Elena's mind immediately went to worst-case scenarios: eviction notice, medical emergency, or worse. "Stay here," she instructed Sophia, moving cautiously toward the door. The building's hallway lighting had failed with the transformer, leaving the peephole useless. "Who is it?" "I'm sorry to bother you," came a male voice, muffled by the heavy door and the storm's fury. "I'm stranded and seeking shelter. My car broke down, and the main entrance is blocked. I saw light from your window." Elena hesitated, every safety protocol she'd learned as a single mother warring with the compassion that had drawn her to nursing. Sophia appeared beside her, flashlight app illuminating both their faces with stark shadows. "Mom," Sophia whispered, "what if it's a trick?" The thought had occurred to Elena as well. Their neighborhood, while not dangerous, wasn't the kind of place where strangers sought help from random apartments. But something in the man's voice, a quality of exhaustion rather than threat, made her reconsider. "Sir," she called through the door, "are you injured? Do you need medical attention?" "I have a cut on my hand that's bleeding pretty badly," he replied. "I don't need an ambulance or anything serious, but I could use somewhere to wait out this storm. I understand if you can't help a stranger." Elena's professional instincts kicked in. A bleeding wound in a thunderstorm, with emergency services likely overwhelmed and roads impassable, presented a clear medical need. She made her decision. "Sophia, get the first aid kit from the bathroom," she instructed, then spoke louder toward the door. "I'm a nurse. I can help with your injury, but I need to see identification first." The man's response came immediately. "Of course, I'm sliding my driver's license under your door." A plastic card appeared beneath the door, and Sophia illuminated it with her phone. The license appeared genuine. James Michael Harrison, age 38, with an address Elena didn't recognize, but assumed was in one of the wealthier neighborhoods across town. The photo showed a clean-shaven man with kind eyes and dark hair. Elena studied the license carefully, noting details that couldn't easily be faked. The holographic seal, the precise formatting, the way the photo matched the physical description provided by the man's voice. After a moment's consideration, she unlocked the door. The man who stood in her doorway bore little resemblance to the polished photo on his license. His dark hair was plastered to his head with rain, and his expensive-looking suit was torn and muddy. Blood seeped through a makeshift bandage around his left hand, and his face was pale with exhaustion or shock. But his eyes, storm gray and intelligent, matched the license photo perfectly. "Thank you," he said simply, water dripping from his clothes onto the worn carpet of the hallway. "I know this is unusual." Elena stepped aside, allowing him to enter. "Let's get you dried off and take a look at that hand. Sophia, can you get some towels from the linen closet?" As Sophia hurried away, Elena guided James toward the small dining table that doubled as her workspace for paying bills and Sophia's homework station. In the candlelight, she could see more details of his condition. His suit, while muddy and torn, was clearly expensive, tailored in a way that spoke of significant wealth. His shoes, though scuffed, were Italian leather. Even disheveled and injured, he carried himself with a confidence that Elena associated with successful businessmen at the hospital, men who were accustomed to being in control of their circumstances. "What happened to you?" Elena asked, opening the first aid kit Sophia had retrieved. "Car accident?" James nodded, wincing as Elena gently unwrapped the makeshift bandage from his hand. "My driver and I were heading back from a site inspection when a tree branch came down right in front of us. He swerved, we hit something, and I think he's unconscious. The car won't start, and my phone is dead." Elena examined the cut across his palm, deep enough to require attention, but not life-threatening. This needs proper cleaning and stitches, but I can do basic treatment here. You should really get to an emergency room when the storm passes." "I understand," James replied, watching her work with professional efficiency. "I don't want to impose any more than necessary." Sophia returned with towels and a dry t-shirt that had belonged to Elena's ex-boyfriend, one of the few useful things he'd left behind. "This might fit you," she offered shyly. "It's clean." James accepted the items gratefully. "Thank you both. This kindness means more than you know." As Elena cleaned and bandaged his wound, she found herself studying his hands. Despite the injury and dirt, they were soft, uncalloused, the hands of someone who worked with ideas rather than manual labor. His watch, partially hidden beneath his sleeve, was a Rolex, though he seemed unconscious of its value. "What kind of site inspection were you doing in this weather?" Elena asked, more to distract him from the discomfort than from curiosity. James's answer surprised her. "Real estate development. We're considering a mixed-use project on the east side, residential and commercial space designed to revitalize the area without displacing existing residents." Elena's hands paused in their work. "That's unusual. Most developers seem more interested in gentrification than preservation." "You're right," James acknowledged, watching her finish the bandaging with obvious appreciation for her skill. "The traditional model prioritizes profit over people, but sustainable development requires community integration, not replacement." Sophia, who had been quietly observing while pretending to organize her textbooks, looked up with interest. "Are you talking about affordable housing?" James turned to her with genuine attention. "Among other things, yes. What's your interest in the subject?" "I've been researching economic development for my social studies class," Sophia explained, warming to the topic. "Most urban renewal projects benefit wealthy newcomers while forcing out longtime residents who can't afford increased rents and property taxes." Elena felt a surge of pride at her daughter's articulate analysis, even as she worried about appearing presumptuous to their clearly affluent guest. But James seemed genuinely engaged, not condescending. "That's exactly the problem we're trying to solve," he said seriously. "True community development has to work for existing residents first. What solutions have you found in your research?" As Sophia launched into an explanation of mixed-income housing models and community land trusts, Elena completed her treatment of James's hand and began cleaning up the medical supplies. She found herself listening to their conversation with fascination and growing unease. James spoke about development projects with the casual authority of someone directly involved in major decisions, asking Sophia questions that demonstrated deep knowledge of urban planning and economics. "Mom's always talking about how our neighborhood has so much potential," Sophia was saying, "but every time developers show interest, they want to tear everything down and start over." "What would your mother do differently?" James asked, glancing at Elena with genuine curiosity. Elena, caught off guard by the direct question, paused in her cleaning. "I'm not an urban planner," she said carefully, "but this area has strong community connections, good public transportation, and affordable housing stock that just needs renovation rather than replacement. The problem is that most investors see more profit in demolition and luxury development." James nodded thoughtfully. "Have you lived here long?" "About a year in this apartment," Elena replied, "but I grew up in this neighborhood. My grandmother owned a house here for 40 years before she passed away last year." "I'm sorry for your loss," James said with sincere sympathy. "Did you inherit the property?" Elena's expression tightened slightly. The house was a source of both pride and anxiety. "Yes, but I can't afford to maintain it properly. The roof needs replacement, the electrical system is from the 1960s, and the foundation has some issues. I've been trying to save money for repairs, but..." She gestured around the modest apartment, the explanation implicit. "Why not sell it?" James asked gently. "Because it's the only real asset our family has ever owned," Elena replied, surprising herself with the emotion in her voice. "My grandmother cleaned houses for 60 years to pay off that mortgage. She always said it would give us security, a foundation to build on. But I can't live in it as it is, and I can't afford to fix it up." Sophia reached over and squeezed her mother's hand. "We'll figure it out, Mom. Maybe after I graduate and get a scholarship, we can use some of the college money for repairs." Elena shook her head firmly. "Your education comes first, always. The house can wait." James observed this exchange with an expression Elena couldn't quite read. In the candlelight, his features appeared more refined than they had when he'd first arrived, the bone structure of someone born to privilege, but with something else in his eyes. Not pity exactly, but a kind of recognition. "What kind of nursing do you do?" he asked, clearly changing the subject to give Elena time to compose herself. "ICU at Metropolitan General," Elena replied, grateful for the shift, "and weekend shifts at an urgent care clinic. The hospital work is demanding but stable. The clinic helps with Sophia's college fund." "That's a lot of hours," James observed. "When do you sleep?" Elena laughed, though there was little humor in it. "Sleep is a luxury I'll rediscover when Sophia's in college and I've finished paying off my student loans." "You're still paying for nursing school?" "Nursing school, and I was 3 years into pre-med when Sophia was born," Elena explained. "I had to switch programs because nursing offered faster entry into the workforce, but I still owe for those first 3 years. It's manageable as long as I keep working overtime." James fell quiet, absorbing this information. Outside, the storm showed no signs of abating. If anything, the wind had intensified, rattling the windows with increasing violence. "I should call my office, James said suddenly. "Let them know I'm safe. May I use your phone?" Elena hesitated. Their landline had been disconnected months ago to save money, and her cell phone plan charged for long-distance calls. But turning down such a reasonable request seemed petty. "Of course," she said, handing him her phone. "Just, if it's long distance, could you keep it brief?" James took the phone and dialed a number from memory. Elena tried not to listen, but in the small apartment, privacy was impossible. "Patricia, it's James. Yes, I'm safe. There was an accident, but I'm fine." "No, don't send anyone. The roads are impassable. I'll be out of contact until morning. Cancel the 8 a.m. with the zoning board and move the Harrison Group meeting to noon. Yes, I'll explain everything tomorrow." Elena's breath caught. Harrison Group. She'd heard that name before, usually in the context of major real estate deals reported in the local news. If James worked for Harrison Group, he wasn't just affluent. He was likely involved in projects worth tens of millions of dollars. James ended the call and handed back the phone, seemingly unaware of Elena's reaction. "Thank you. I hope the charges aren't too expensive." "Don't worry about it," Elena replied automatically, though she was mentally calculating the potential cost. Sophia, who had been listening as intently as her mother, couldn't contain her curiosity. "Do you work for Harrison Group? They're developing that new medical complex downtown, right?" James nodded. "Among other projects. Do you know the development?" "My mom applied for a position there," Sophia said proudly. "The new trauma center. She didn't get it, but she said the facility looks amazing." Elena felt heat rise in her cheeks. "Sophia!" "What position?" James asked with interest. "ICU supervisor," Elena replied reluctantly. "It was a significant step up from my current role, but they wanted someone with more administrative experience." "What kind of administrative experience?" James pressed. Elena shrugged. "Managing larger teams, budget oversight, quality improvement initiatives, things you learn on the job but they preferred candidates with formal training or advanced OVENT degrees. James nodded thoughtfully. Education requirements can be barriers sometimes, especially when they don't reflect actual competency. The conversation was interrupted by another tremendous crash outside, this one close enough to shake their building. Sophia rushed to the window, pressing her face against the glass. "Another tree down," she reported, "right across the street. Mom, no one's driving anywhere tonight." Elena looked at James, sudden realization dawning. "Your driver. Is he still in the car? We should call for help." James shook his head. "He was unconscious but breathing when I left. I tried to wake him, but he needs medical attention I couldn't provide. I was planning to walk to find help when I saw your light." "In this storm?" Elena was horrified. "You could have been killed by flying debris." "I didn't have much choice," James replied simply. "I couldn't help him, and I couldn't stay in the car indefinitely." Elena stood decisively. "As soon as there's a break in the weather, we need to call emergency services. Even if they can't respond immediately, they need to know about the accident." "I appreciate that," James said. "In the meantime, I don't want to impose on your hospitality any longer than necessary." "You're not imposing," Elena replied firmly. "This storm isn't letting up any time soon, and you're injured. The couch isn't luxurious, but it's dry and safe." Sophia had been quietly observing their guest throughout the conversation, and Elena noticed her daughter's analytical expression, the same look she wore when solving complex math problems. "James," Sophia said suddenly, "what exactly do you do at Harrison Group?" Elena shot her daughter a warning look, but James didn't seem offended by the direct question. "I'm involved in project development and community integration," he answered carefully, making sure our developments serve existing communities rather than displacing them. It was a diplomatic answer, Elena realized, technically truthful, but vague enough to avoid revealing specifics. She found herself wondering if James was being modest about his role or deliberately evasive. "That must be challenging," Sophia continued, undeterred by her mother's disapproving expression. "Balancing profit margins with community benefit." James smiled, the first genuinely relaxed expression Elena had seen from him. "You should consider studying business or urban planning in college. You have good instincts for these issues." "I'm thinking pre-med," Sophia replied, following Mom's original path. "That's admirable," James said, glancing at Elena. "Your mother's sacrifice to support your education is remarkable." Elena felt uncomfortable being discussed as though she weren't present. "I'm doing what any parent would do," she said quietly. "No," James corrected gently. "You're doing what an exceptional parent would do. Most people in your situation would look for shortcuts or compromises. You've chosen the harder path because it serves Sophia's future better." The sincerity in his voice caught Elena off guard. She was accustomed to being judged for her circumstances, the single motherhood, the financial struggles, the decisions that looked like failures to outside observers. But James spoke as though he understood the deliberate nature of her choices, the strategy behind what others saw as merely survival. "I had good role models," Elena replied. "My grandmother taught me that education is the one thing no one can take away from you, and that hard work eventually pays off, even if the timeline isn't what you hoped for." "Wise woman," James observed. "The house you inherited. Was it her dream to leave you something permanent?" Elena nodded, emotion tightening her throat. She used to say that poverty wasn't shameful, but it shouldn't be permanent. She wanted me to have a foundation, literally and figuratively, to build something better. "And now you're building Sophia's foundation through your education," James said. "She would be proud." They fell into comfortable silence, listening to the storm rage outside. Elena found herself studying James more carefully in the candlelight. Despite his expensive clothes and obvious affluence, He spoke about work and sacrifice with understanding rather than theoretical knowledge. There was something in his manner that suggested familiarity with struggle, though she couldn't imagine what hardships someone of his apparent means might have faced. "Can I ask you something?" Elena said suddenly. "Of course." "You speak about community development and economic barriers like someone who's experienced them personally, but you're—" She gestured vaguely at his suit, his watch. "Everything about you suggests you've been successful for a long time." James was quiet for so long that Elena wondered if she'd overstepped. Finally he spoke, his voice lower than before. "Success can be recent," he said carefully, "and it can come with its own form of isolation. Sometimes you don't realize what you've lost in the pursuit of achievement until you find yourself in a situation like this." Elena waited for him to elaborate, but he seemed lost in thought. Sophia, who had been pretending to read while obviously listening to their conversation, looked up with curiosity. "What kind of situation?" she asked. James smiled slightly. "Stranded in a storm, dependent on the kindness of strangers who have every reason to turn me away. It's clarifying." "Why would we turn you away?" Sophia asked with genuine confusion. "You needed help." "Because helping strangers involves risk," James replied, "and because your mother is supporting a family on nursing wages while saving for your education. Sharing your resources with someone you don't know isn't a small gesture." Elena felt heat rise in her cheeks again. She didn't like being characterized as charitable or self-sacrificing, particularly by someone whose casual watch probably cost more than she earned in 6 months. "We're not destitute," she said with quiet dignity. "We have enough to share a meal and a couch with someone in need." "I didn't mean to imply otherwise," James said quickly. "I meant that generosity means more when resources are finite. Anyone can be generous when it costs them nothing." The distinction pleased Elena more than she cared to admit. She had spent years defending her choices and circumstances to people who viewed poverty as a personal failing. James seemed to understand that her situation reflected deliberate prioritization rather than inability. "Are you hungry?" she asked, changing the subject. "I can make some rice and beans. It's not fancy, but it's filling." "That sounds wonderful," James replied. "Can I help with anything?" Elena almost laughed. "Do you cook?" "Not well," James admitted, "but I can follow directions." In the small kitchen, illuminated by battery-powered lanterns Sophia had retrieved from the emergency supplies, Elena found herself working alongside James to prepare a simple meal. His movements were careful and precise rather than practiced, confirming her suspicion that cooking wasn't among his regular activities. But he listened attentively to her instructions and seemed genuinely interested in learning. "My grandmother's recipe," Elena explained as she seasoned the beans. She could make anything taste amazing with the right spices and enough patience. "Did she teach you to cook?" "Everything I know about cooking, budgeting, and raising children," Elena replied. "She was essentially my mother after my parents died in a car accident when I was 12. James paused in his stirring. "I'm sorry. That must have been devastating." "It was," Elena acknowledged, "but my grandmother was remarkable. She never let me feel like a burden or a tragedy. She just incorporated me into her life and made it work." "How did she manage financially with an unexpected dependent?" Elena smiled at the memory. "She took on extra houses to clean, worked 7 days a week for 5 years until I was old enough for part-time jobs. She never complained, never made me feel guilty for the sacrifice. When I told her I wanted to be a doctor, she just said, 'Then we better start saving for medical school.'" "Did she ever see you become a nurse?" "She was at my graduation from nursing school," Elena replied proudly. "Front row, crying happy tears. She said it was the first time anyone in our family had worn a cap and gown." James was quiet for a moment, absorbing this information. What would she think of your current situation, supporting Sophia's dreams by postponing your own? Elena considered the question seriously. I think she'd understand. She always said that love means making sure the next generation has better opportunities than you did. As they finished preparing the meal, Elena found herself relaxing in James's presence. Despite their obvious differences in background and circumstances, he seemed genuinely interested in her family story without treating it as either inspiration porn or tragedy. His questions were thoughtful rather than intrusive, and his comments suggested real understanding of the complexities involved in breaking generational patterns of poverty. They ate dinner by candlelight, the storm providing dramatic background music for their conversation. James complimented Elena's cooking with sincerity that suggested he wasn't simply being polite. Sophia had warmed up considerably, engaging James in discussions about college admissions, career planning, and her research into economic development models. "What's your backup plan if pre-med doesn't work out?" James asked Sophia. "I don't have one," Sophia replied matter-of-factly. "Mom always says that backup plans can become excuses for not pursuing your real goals." Elena felt a pang of anxiety at her daughter's words. She had indeed taught Sophia to commit fully to her ambitions, but she sometimes worried about the pressure that philosophy created. "That's ambitious," James observed. "What happens if circumstances change unexpectedly?" "Then we adapt without abandoning the goal," Sophia replied confidently. "Like when Mom had to switch from pre-med to nursing. She didn't give up on medicine. She found a different path to it." James glanced at Elena with something like admiration. "And now you're considering returning to medical school?" Elena nearly choked on her rice. "What? No, I never said that." "But you think about it," Sophia interjected. "I've seen you researching physician assistant programs online." Elena felt exposed, caught between pride in her daughter's observational skills and embarrassment at having her private dreams revealed to a stranger. "I research a lot of things online. It doesn't mean I'm planning to pursue them." "Why not?" James asked quietly. The question hung in the air between them. Elena struggled to articulate the complex calculations that governed her decisions. The financial impossibility of returning to school while supporting Sophia, the age considerations, the risk of disrupting their carefully balanced life. "Because some dreams have expiration dates," she said finally. "I'm 34 with financial obligations and a daughter entering college. The time for major career changes has passed." "Has it?" James pressed gently. "What if the circumstances were different? What if the financial pressures weren't a factor?" Elena studied his face in the candlelight, wondering why he was pursuing this line of questioning. "If I lived in a fantasy world where money didn't matter and time moved backward, then yes, I'd probably become a doctor. But in the real world, I focus on achievable goals." "Like what?" "Like maintaining stable employment until Sophia graduates college. Like paying off my student loans before I'm 50. Like keeping my grandmother's house until I can afford to restore it properly." James nodded thoughtfully. "Those are solid, practical goals, but they're all reactive, managing existing obligations rather than creating new opportunities." Elena felt a flicker of irritation. "Not everyone has the luxury of thinking beyond survival, James. Some of us have to focus on keeping our heads above water before we can consider swimming to shore." "I understand that," James replied calmly. "I'm not criticizing your choices. I'm wondering what you'd choose if you had more options." The conversation was interrupted by Sophia's phone buzzing with a text message. She checked it and frowned. "Mrs. Chen says there are trees down all over the neighborhood. The main road is completely blocked, and they're not expecting power restoration until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest." Elena looked at James apologetically. "I'm afraid you're stuck here longer than anticipated." "I'm grateful for your hospitality," James replied, "though I should probably try to contact my office again. Let them know the situation. As James made his second phone call, Elena cleaned up the dinner dishes and tried to process the evening's surreal turn. 6 hours ago, she'd been focused on surviving another double shift and helping Sophia with homework. Now she was hosting a stranded businessman who seemed genuinely interested in her family's story and possessed an unusually sophisticated understanding of the socioeconomic challenges they faced. "The emergency services are completely overwhelmed," James reported after ending his call. "My assistant says they're prioritizing life-threatening situations. My driver will have to wait until morning." Elena felt a stab of guilt. "I should have insisted we call sooner." "There's nothing you could have done differently," James assured her. "The responders are doing triage. An unconscious person in a locked car is safer than people trapped in flooding or struck by debris." Sophia had set up her homework station at the kitchen table, working by lamplight to finish her chemistry assignments. Elena found herself impressed by her daughter's ability to maintain academic focus despite the disruption to their routine. "How long have you been taking advanced classes?" James asked Sophia. "Since sophomore year," Sophia replied without looking up from her calculations. "I'm technically a year ahead in science and math." "By choice or recommendation?" "Both. I want to start college with as many credits as possible to reduce the overall cost." Sophia paused in her work. "Every class I can test out of saves money and time." Elena watched James process this information, recognizing the strategy of a family managing education costs through acceleration rather than debt. "Are you prepared for the social aspects of starting college younger than your peers?" James asked. Sophia shrugged. "Mom started nursing school at 19 with a 1-year-old baby. I think I can handle starting college at 17 without dependence." Elena laughed despite herself. "Fair point, though I hope your college experience is less complicated than mine was." "What was the hardest part?" James asked. "The academic work or the logistics?" "The judgment," Elena replied honestly. "Faculty and classmates who assumed I was irresponsible or unprepared for serious study. Having to prove that being a young mother didn't make me less capable or committed." "Did you change their minds?" "Some of them. Others never got past their initial assumptions." Elena glanced at Sophia, who was listening while pretending to focus on homework. "But I learned that other people's opinions don't determine your worth or your potential." "Important lesson," James agreed, "though it shouldn't be necessary to learn it through discrimination." As the evening progressed, Elena found herself opening up to James in ways that surprised her. Perhaps it was the intimacy created by the storm and candlelight or the fact that he asked thoughtful questions without offering unsolicited advice. Unlike many people she encountered, James seemed genuinely interested in understanding her perspective, rather than judging her choices or offering solutions to problems he didn't fully comprehend. "Can I ask what happened to Sophia's father?" James said eventually. Elena glanced at her daughter, who looked up from her homework with an expression that suggested this wasn't a sensitive topic in their household. "He wasn't ready for the responsibility," Elena replied simply. "When I told him I was pregnant, he offered to pay for an abortion. When I declined, he suggested adoption. When I made it clear I was keeping the baby, he disappeared." "Did he ever try to reconnect?" "No. I think he convinced himself that Sophia and I were better off without him, which was probably true." Elena smiled slightly. "His loss was our gain. Sophia and I have been a team from the beginning." "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if he'd stayed?" James asked. Elena considered the question. "Sometimes, but honestly, I can't imagine Sophia having turned out better than she has. We've faced challenges, but we've faced them together. That creates a kind of strength that protected childhoods don't always develop." Sophia looked up from her homework with a slightly embarrassed smile. Mom thinks I'm tougher than I am because I've watched her handle everything that gets thrown at us. You are tough, Elena corrected, but not because you've had to be, because you've chosen to be. There's a difference. James observed this exchange with an expression Elena couldn't quite read. In the candlelight, his features appeared more thoughtful than they had earlier, as though he were processing information beyond their conversation. "What about you?" Elena asked suddenly. "Are you married? Children?" James shook his head. "Neither. I've been focused on building my career for the past 15 years. Relationships seemed like complications I couldn't afford. And now? Now I'm wondering if I've been defining success too narrowly," James replied, glancing around their modest apartment. "There's something to be said for building a life with meaning beyond professional achievement." Elena studied his expression, noting the note of loneliness beneath his words. Success isn't just about what you accomplish individually. It's about what you contribute to other people's ability to succeed. Is that why you became a nurse? Part of it. But mostly I became a nurse because it was the fastest path to stable employment that would let me support Sophia while still doing meaningful work. Elena paused. The contributing to others' success came as a bonus. "And now? Do you still find the work meaningful?" Elena considered the question. "Most days. When I help someone recover from a life-threatening condition or comfort a family through a crisis, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. But when I'm working overtime to pay bills while Sophia does homework alone, I sometimes wonder if I'm serving anyone well." "You're serving Sophia's future," James pointed out. "I hope so. But I also hope she learns that sacrifice shouldn't be the only path to achievement." James was quiet for a moment, absorbing this perspective. Outside, the storm seemed to be weakening slightly, though rain still drummed against the windows with steady persistence. "What would you tell someone who had the resources to remove those barriers for families like yours?" James asked suddenly. Elena looked at him with surprise. "What do you mean?" "Hypothetically, if someone wanted to invest in education and community development in ways that actually help people rather than just generating profit, what would you recommend?" Elena laughed softly. "That's a big hypothetical. Humor me." Elena thought carefully before responding. "I'd tell them to start by listening to the people they want to help instead of assuming they know what communities need. Most development projects fail because they're designed by people who don't live in the affected areas." "What else?" "Focus on systemic changes rather than individual charity. One family getting help is wonderful, but 100 families getting access to education, health care, and stable housing creates lasting community transformation." Sophia looked up from her homework. "And make sure the benefits stay in the community instead of being extracted by outside investors." James nodded approvingly at Sophia's addition. "Those are sophisticated insights. Have you considered that your experiences might qualify you to contribute to these kinds of projects?" Elena felt that familiar discomfort with being characterized as valuable for her struggles. "I think people who've overcome challenges have useful perspectives, but I don't think suffering automatically creates expertise. No, but successfully navigating complex circumstances while maintaining clear values does create a kind of wisdom that can't be taught in business school," James replied. The conversation was interrupted by Sophia yawning audibly. Elena glanced at the clock on her phone. Nearly midnight. "You should get some sleep, mija," Elena said. "You have an exam tomorrow." "The storm might cancel school," Sophia pointed out hopefully. "Don't count on it. Better to be prepared." Sophia gathered her homework materials and kissed Elena good night before heading to their shared bedroom. "Nice meeting you, James. I hope your driver is okay." "Thank you, Sophia. Good luck on your chemistry exam." After Sophia disappeared into the bedroom, Elena and James found themselves alone for the first time since his arrival. The apartment felt different with just the two of them, more intimate, charged with the kind of energy that develops between adults who've shared honest conversation. "She's remarkable," James said quietly. "She is. Sometimes I think she's more mature than I am." "Maturity that comes from necessity," James observed. "She's learned to be thoughtful about decisions because she understands their consequences." "I worry that she's missed out on normal teenage experiences," Elena admitted. "Dating, parties, the kind of carefree fun that most kids take for granted. Do you think she feels deprived?" Elena considered the question. "No, but that might be because she doesn't know what she's missing. I just want her to have choices I never had." "What choices would you have made differently?" The question caught Elena off guard with its directness. She found herself thinking about paths not taken, dreams deferred, the life she might have built if circumstances had been different. "I would have finished medical school," she said finally. "I would have traveled, maybe studied abroad. I would have taken more risks, made more mistakes, learned from them without worrying about how they'd affect someone else's future." "Do you regret the choices you made?" "No," Elena replied without hesitation. "But I sometimes wonder who I would have become if I'd been free to be selfish for a few more years." "Selfish?" "Focused on my own development instead of someone else's needs." James was quiet for a moment, studying her face in the candlelight. "Can I share an observation?" Elena nodded. "You speak about selfishness like it's a luxury you can't afford, but everything you've told me tonight suggests that your choices have been remarkably strategic. You didn't just react to becoming a young mother. You developed a plan that prioritized both Sophia's future and your own capacity to provide for it." Elena felt tears prick at her eyes, though she wasn't sure why. "Thank you for saying that. I'm not just being kind. I spend most of my time with people who have far more resources and far less clarity about their goals. What you've accomplished while managing the constraints you've faced demonstrates a kind of intelligence that business schools try to teach but rarely succeed at instilling." "You seem to understand these dynamics pretty well yourself," Elena observed. "What's your story?" James was quiet for so long that Elena wondered if he would answer. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a note of vulnerability she hadn't heard before. "I grew up in circumstances that were financially different from yours but emotionally similar. My mother worked multiple jobs to support us after my father left. I learned early that success meant being useful to other people, proving that I deserved the opportunities I was given. And now? Now I have more money than I know what to do with, and a growing suspicion that I've been measuring the wrong things." Elena studied his expression, noting the genuine sadness beneath his words. "What would you measure instead?" "Connection. Contribution to something larger than my own advancement. The kind of legacy that matters beyond financial statements." "Those aren't mutually exclusive with business success," Elena pointed out. "No, but they're easy to lose sight of when you're focused on quarterly projections and market positioning." Elena found herself wondering about James's life outside of this storm-interrupted evening. Did he live alone in some sterile penthouse? Did he have friends who knew him as more than a business contact? When was the last time he'd had a conversation like this one? Honest, unguarded, focused on values rather than transactions. "How long has it been since you cooked a meal from scratch?" she asked suddenly. James laughed, surprised by the question. "I can't remember. Years, probably." "When did you last have dinner with someone without discussing business?" "Tonight." Elena felt something shift in her chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with the candles or the intimacy of the storm. "Do you like your life, James?" The question hung between them, more personal than anything either had ventured so far. James took a long time to answer. "I like the security," he said finally. I like being able to solve problems with resources instead of hoping someone else will help. I like not worrying about money or employment or whether I can afford medical care. But do you like your life? I'm proud of what I've built, but I'm not sure I've been living it rather than just managing it. Elena understood the distinction with painful clarity. She had spent years managing her life, budgeting, scheduling, optimizing every decision for maximum efficiency and minimum risk. But moments like this one, connected conversation with someone who saw her as more than the sum of her circumstances, reminded her what living might feel like. "What would need to change for you to feel like you were living it?" she asked. James looked around the apartment, at the flickering candles, the modest furniture, the evidence of a life built through careful choices and shared struggles, and his expression grew thoughtful. "This," he said quietly, "connections that matter more than professional advancement, conversations that reveal something true instead of positioning for advantage, the kind of intimacy that comes from sharing real challenges instead of competing for status." Elena felt heat rise in her cheeks at the word intimacy, though she understood he meant emotional rather than physical connection. Still, sitting across from James in the candlelight, she couldn't ignore the attraction that had been building throughout their conversation. It wasn't just his obvious intelligence or the surprising depth of his character. It was the way he saw her, really saw her, without reducing her to her circumstances or idealizing her struggles. "That kind of connection requires vulnerability," she pointed out. "Most successful people aren't comfortable with that level of exposure." "No," James agreed. "We're trained to view vulnerability as weakness, to always maintain control and advantage." "But you've been vulnerable tonight." "Because you made it safe," James replied, meeting her eyes. "You've asked thoughtful questions without judgment, shared your own challenges without self-pity, and treated me like a person rather than an opportunity or threat." Elena felt something flutter in her chest that she hadn't experienced in years, not since before Sophia was born, before survival became her primary focus. It was attraction, yes, but also recognition. In James's careful questions and thoughtful responses, she saw reflections of her own intelligence and values. Despite their different circumstances, they seemed to understand each other in ways that felt both surprising and inevitable. "I should let you get some rest," Elena said, suddenly aware of how late it had become. "You can have the couch, and I'll get you some pillows and blankets." As she prepared a makeshift bed for James, Elena found herself wondering what would happen when morning came. Would he return to his world of development projects and business meetings, carrying perhaps a fond memory of the storm night when he'd been rescued by a struggling nurse and her brilliant daughter? Would she return to her double shifts and college planning, occasionally remembering the evening when a stranger had seen her as more than the sum of her challenges? "Elena," James said quietly as she arranged pillows on the couch. "Yes?" "Thank you. Not just for the shelter and medical attention, but for reminding me what real generosity looks like." Elena smiled, touched by his sincerity. "Thank you for being the kind of person who deserved it." As she settled into bed beside her already sleeping daughter, Elena found herself staring at the ceiling, listening to the storm begin to finally quiet outside. In a few hours, the sun would rise, the roads would be cleared, and James would return to his life while she returned to hers. But something had shifted during their long conversation, some recognition of possibility that hadn't existed before. Elena had no way of knowing that James lay awake on her couch until dawn, staring at the same ceiling and making plans that would transform both their lives in ways neither could yet imagine. As the storm finally exhausted itself against the windows of the modest apartment, fate prepared to reveal that sometimes the most extraordinary changes begin with the simplest acts of human kindness. The storm's fury seemed to intensify as Elena moved through her small kitchen, the wind howling against the windows with a persistence that made conversation feel like an act of defiance against nature's chaos. She pulled ingredients from cabinets that had seen better decades, their wood veneer peeling at the edges where moisture had found its way through the building's aging infrastructure. The rice came from a bulk bag purchased at the discount grocery store where Sophia worked. Employee discounts stretched further when applied to basic staples rather than luxuries. James sat at the small dining table, his bandaged hand resting carefully in his lap while he watched Elena work with the efficiency of someone who had transformed necessity into art. Even in the flickering candlelight, her movements carried the precise economy of a woman who had learned to make every minute and every ingredient count toward maximum nutritional and financial value. "Can I help with anything?" James asked again, his voice carrying genuine eagerness to contribute rather than polite courtesy. Elena glanced over her shoulder, taking in his expensive shirt, now wrinkled and stained but still clearly tailored, and his obvious unfamiliarity with her kitchen's limitations. "Do you know how to cook rice without a rice cooker?" James's expression was answer enough. Elena smiled, the first truly relaxed smile she'd offered since opening her door to him hours earlier. "Then you can keep me company and tell me more about these development projects that keep you driving through storms." As Elena measured rice into a pot that had belonged to her grandmother, she found herself studying James's reflection in the kitchen window. The storm had stripped away whatever polished presentation he'd arrived with, leaving someone who seemed genuinely interested in understanding her world rather than simply passing through it. His questions earlier had carried a quality she rarely encountered: curiosity without condescension, engagement without the underlying assumption that her struggles could be easily solved with the right advice. "The project we were inspecting tonight was actually in this area," James said, his voice careful as though testing her reaction. "A 15-acre site about 6 blocks from here that's been vacant for decades." Elena paused in her stirring, memory flickering. "The old textile factory? That's been empty since I was a child." "Exactly. The previous owner never developed it, and the estate finally decided to sell. Most developers see it as prime real estate for luxury condominiums." "But you don't?" Elena added beans to the pot, their earthy aroma beginning to fill the small kitchen. "We think mixed-use development would serve the community better. Affordable housing, small commercial spaces for local businesses, maybe a community health clinic." Elena turned to face him fully, wooden spoon still in hand. "A health clinic? The nearest urgent care facility is 12 blocks away, and the hospital is even farther. People in this neighborhood often delay medical treatment because of transportation challenges." The observation was more sophisticated than Elena had expected, demonstrating familiarity with the kinds of healthcare access issues she encountered daily at work. Most developers, in her limited experience, seemed focused on demographics and profit margins rather than community service gaps. "How do you know about the transportation problems?" she asked. James hesitated, and Elena sensed him weighing how much honesty their emerging friendship could bear. "I've been researching this neighborhood for 8 months. Not just the economic data, but the actual patterns of how people live here, where they shop, where they work, what services they need but can't easily access." "That's unusual research for a real estate project." "Most developers don't do it," James agreed. "But most developers aren't trying to build something that enhances existing communities rather than replacing them." Elena returned to her cooking, processing this information while she adjusted the seasoning in the beans. The rice had reached the perfect consistency, firm but tender, the way her grandmother had taught her to prepare it. As she divided the simple meal between 3 mismatched plates, she found herself wondering about James's motivations. In her experience, wealthy men's interest in community welfare often stemmed from tax incentives or public relations benefits rather than genuine concern. "Sophia," Elena called toward the bedroom. "Dinner's ready." Her daughter appeared moments later, having changed from her school clothes into pajamas decorated with chemical formulas, a gift from Elena's supervisor at the hospital, who appreciated Sophia's academic ambitions. At 15, Sophia moved through the world with the careful consideration of someone who understood that resources were finite and choices had consequences. "The storm's getting worse," Sophia observed, settling into her chair with the tablet she used for homework balanced beside her plate. Mrs. Chen texted that the subways flooded at 3 stations. Elena felt a familiar tightness in her chest. Flooded subway stations meant delayed commutes, which meant potential scheduling conflicts with her weekend shift at the urgent care clinic. But dwelling on problems she couldn't solve tonight would only steal energy from the present moment. "Then we're especially fortunate to be safe and dry," Elena replied, settling beside her daughter while James took the chair across from them. The meal began quietly, each person focused on the simple pleasure of warm food during a storm. Elena watched James taste the beans and rice, noting his expression of genuine appreciation, rather than polite tolerance. She had learned to read the difference over years of shared meals with colleagues who occasionally joined her and Sophia for dinner. Some people ate her cooking with gratitude, others with barely concealed surprise that something so basic could be satisfying. "This is delicious," James said, his compliment carrying sincerity that made Elena's cheeks warm with pleasure. "What spices do you use?" "Cumin, oregano, a little paprika, my grandmother's recipe, adapted for whatever vegetables are affordable each week." Elena gestured toward the small pot still warming on the stove. She could make anything taste amazing with the right combination of herbs and patience. "Did she teach you to cook when you were Sophia's age?" Elena's expression grew thoughtful. "She taught me everything when I was Sophia's age." After my parents died, cooking became our evening routine. She'd work on dinner while I did homework, and we'd talk through whatever challenges we were facing. Sophia looked up from her plate, where she'd been methodically eating while reading something on her tablet. "Mom still does that with me, cooking and problem-solving at the same time." James smiled at the observation. "Family traditions that adapt to new circumstances." "Exactly," Elena agreed. "Grandmother used to say that the best recipes weren't about specific ingredients, but about understanding how to create something nourishing from whatever you have available." Was she referring to cooking or life in general? James asked. Elena laughed, surprised by his insight. Probably both. She had a way of teaching practical wisdom through everyday activities. What other wisdom did she share? The question invited deeper conversation, and Elena found herself settling into the rhythm of storytelling that had once characterized her evenings with her grandmother. Outside, the storm continued its assault on the building, but inside their small apartment, candlelight created an atmosphere of intimacy that made sharing seem natural rather than risky. She used to say that poverty wasn't a character flaw, but allowing it to become permanent was a choice. Elena began, her voice carrying the cadence of often repeated lessons. She believed that every generation had an obligation to create better opportunities for the next one, even if the progress seemed small. How did she create opportunities for you? Elena gestured around the modest apartment, then toward the window that faced the direction of her grandmother's house. By buying that house in 1963 and paying it off over 30 years of cleaning other people's homes 6 days a week. By convincing me that education was the one investment no one could take away. By showing me that working hard for your family's future wasn't the same as accepting limitations on your dreams. James absorbed this information with the focused attention Elena associated with her most dedicated patients. people who understood that healing required active participation rather than passive receipt of treatment. "Tell me about the house," James said quietly. Elena's fork paused halfway to her mouth. The house remained a source of both pride and anxiety, representing everything her grandmother had achieved and everything Elena felt she was failing to preserve. "It's a small two-story craftsman built in 1952, Elena began, her voice taking on the careful tone she used when discussing complicated medical cases. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, about 1,200 square feet. Grandmother bought it when the neighborhood was mostly working-class families before property values started fluctuating with economic cycles. And now?" Elena sighed, setting down her fork to give the conversation her full attention. "Now it's worth significantly more than what she paid, but I can't afford to maintain it properly. The roof has 3 different leak patterns depending on the direction of the rain. The electrical system dates to the Eisenhower administration. The foundation has some settling issues that require professional attention." Sophia looked up from her tablet with the expression she wore when preparing to contribute technical analysis. "The property assessment last year valued it at $340,000, but that's assuming the structural issues are resolved. With current repairs needed, market value is probably closer to $280,000. James's eyebrows rose slightly. "That's a substantial asset." "On paper," Elena replied with bitter humor. "In reality, it's a money pit I can't afford to fix and can't afford to lose." "Why not sell it and use the proceeds to eliminate your student debt?" The question struck Elena as both practical and painful. She had considered that option countless times during her most difficult financial periods, but each calculation led to the same conclusion. Selling would solve immediate problems while destroying long-term opportunities. "Because it's the only real asset our family has ever owned," Elena explained, echoing the conversation she'd had with Sophia multiple times over the past year. Grandmother always said that property ownership was the foundation of generational wealth. Without it, Sophia and I would be starting from zero instead of building on something solid. But if the maintenance costs are consuming resources you need for other priorities. Elena appreciated that James framed the question as analytical rather than judgmental. Most people who learned about the house immediately offered opinions about what she should do, usually based on their own financial circumstances rather than understanding of hers. "It's a calculation I review every quarter," Elena admitted. "Right now, keeping the house means sacrificing some immediate comfort and convenience. But selling it would mean sacrificing Sophia's inheritance and our family's long-term financial security." "What kind of repairs are most urgent?" The question surprised Elena with its specificity. Most people asked about the house's condition in general terms, but James seemed interested in understanding the actual scope of necessary work. "The roof is the immediate priority," Elena replied, grateful for his obvious engagement with the practical details. "It needs complete replacement, estimated at $18,000. The electrical system should be updated for safety reasons, another $12,000. The foundation issues are more complex. I've had 2 assessments with repair estimates ranging from $8,000 to $25,000, depending on the underlying cause." James was quiet for a moment, and Elena could see him performing mental calculations. "So, between $38,000 and $55,000 to bring it to habitability standards. Conservatively, that doesn't include cosmetic improvements or appliance replacements." Elena rubbed her temples, feeling the familiar stress headache that accompanied discussions of the house's financial demands. "At my current savings rate, I could accumulate that much money in approximately 12 to 15 years, assuming no major medical emergencies or changes in Sophia's educational expenses." "What happens to the house during those 12 to 15 years?" Elena's laugh held no humor. It continues deteriorating at a rate that probably exceeds my savings accumulation, which means the repair estimates keep growing while my ability to address them remains static. Sophia had been listening to this conversation while apparently focused on her homework, but Elena recognized her daughter's concentration face. She was absorbing every detail for future analysis and planning. "Mom's being modest about the property value," Sophia interjected without looking up from her tablet. "The lot size is 0.31 acres, which is unusually large for this neighborhood. With proper development, it could support additional housing or commercial space." James's interest sharpened visibly. "Additional development? The zoning allows for multifamily housing or mixed-use construction," Sophia continued, now giving James her full attention. "But current market conditions favor luxury development that would price out existing residents." Elena felt a mixture of pride and concern as she watched her daughter engage with complex real estate concepts. Sophia's analytical abilities continued to amaze her, but she worried about the adult responsibilities her 15-year-old was already contemplating. "Have you considered partnership development?" James asked carefully. "Working with a developer who specializes in community-focused projects?" Elena's expression tightened. "I've been approached by 3 developers in the past 18 months. Their proposals all involved purchasing the property significantly below market value in exchange for promises about community benefits that weren't legally binding." "What kind of community benefits did they promise?" "Affordable housing units, local hiring preferences, preservation of neighborhood character," Elena replied, her tone suggesting skepticism. "But when I asked for specific commitments in the purchase contracts, they all withdrew their offers." James nodded with what appeared to be genuine understanding. "Verbal promises without legal enforcement are worthless in real estate development." "Exactly. I'm not sophisticated about business, but I understand the difference between marketing and accountability." The conversation was interrupted by a tremendous crash outside, followed by the sound of car alarms and shouting voices. Elena rushed to the window, peering through the rain-streaked glass to see that another tree had fallen, this one across 3 parked cars in the building's small lot. "Is one of those your car?" James asked, joining her at the window. Elena squinted through the darkness, trying to identify vehicles in the chaos of debris and emergency lighting. "I can't tell. The blue Honda might be mine, but I can't see the license plate from this angle." "We can check in the morning," James said gently. "There's nothing to be done tonight, regardless." Elena remained at the window, staring at the destruction below. A damaged car would represent another financial crisis. Her insurance policy carried a high deductible she couldn't afford, and reliable transportation was essential for her work at 2 different medical facilities. "Hey," James said quietly, his voice closer than she expected. "Whatever the damage is, it's not worth losing sleep over tonight." Elena turned to find him standing just behind her, close enough that she could see concern in his storm-gray eyes. For a moment she allowed herself to lean slightly into his presence, drawing comfort from his solid certainty that problems could be solved rather than simply endured. "You speak like someone who's never had to choose between car repairs and grocery money," Elena said, though her tone carried observation rather than accusation. "You're right," James acknowledged, "but I've learned that anxiety about problems you can't immediately address only reduces your capacity to handle them effectively when the time comes." Elena returned to the table where Sophia was pretending not to have observed the moment of intimacy between her mother and their unexpected guest. The teenager's expression carried the carefully neutral look she wore when processing adult situations that weren't quite her business, but definitely affected her world. "Tell me more about your grandmother," James said, as they resumed eating, his tone clearly designed to redirect the conversation away from immediate stresses toward more comfortable territory. Elena smiled, grateful for his intuitive understanding of what she needed. She was 5 feet tall and completely fearless. Born in Jamaica in 1925, immigrated to New York in 1948 with nothing but determination and an 8th-grade education. What brought her to this neighborhood? Jobs and housing she could afford, Elena replied. She worked for families on the Upper East Side, commuting 2 hours each way to clean houses for people who paid more for their weekly flower arrangements than she earned in a month. That's a brutal commute for domestic work. Elena nodded, appreciating that James immediately grasped the physical demands of her grandmother's employment. 6 days a week for 37 years. She'd leave here at 5:30 in the morning and return after 7 at night, exhausted but never complaining. How did she manage to save money for the house on those wages? By living on approximately half her income and banking the rest, Elena replied with admiration that remained fresh despite the years since her grandmother's death. No restaurants, no entertainment expenses, no purchases that weren't essential for survival or house payments. Sophia looked up from her homework. She still has grandmother's budget notebooks, every penny accounted for over 40 years. James's expression grew thoughtful. May I ask what inspired that level of financial discipline? Elena considered the question, thinking about the stories her grandmother had shared during their evening cooking sessions. Growing up in Jamaica during the Depression taught her that security was temporary, and poverty was always one crisis away. She said that in America, she could choose between being comfortable today or secure tomorrow, but not both. So she chose security. She chose security for me, Elena corrected. Everything she sacrificed was to ensure I would have opportunities she'd never imagined possible. James was quiet for a moment, absorbing the implications of generational sacrifice that extended beyond immediate family needs. And now you're making similar choices for Sophia. The pattern continues, Elena agreed, glancing at her daughter with a mixture of love and determination. Though I hope Sophia's path will require less sacrifice and offer more choices than mine has. What would need to change for that to happen? The question carried weight beyond its simple phrasing. Elena found herself considering not just the practical obstacles they faced, but the systemic barriers that made intergenerational progress so difficult for families like theirs. Economic stability that doesn't require choosing between present needs and future goals, Elena replied after a moment's thought. Educational opportunities that don't create decades of debt. Healthcare that doesn't bankrupt families when serious illness strikes. Those are policy-level challenges, James observed, which is why individual solutions only go so far, Elena agreed. We can work harder, save more, make better choices, but ultimately we're operating within systems that weren't designed to support upward mobility for families starting with limited resources. Sophia had abandoned any pretense of studying, now fully engaged in the conversation. Mom's being diplomatic. The systems were actually designed to prevent upward mobility for people like us. Elena felt a surge of pride mixed with concern at her daughter's sophisticated understanding of economic inequity. Sophia's insights consistently impressed her, but she worried about the cynicism that came with such early awareness of systemic challenges. Can you explain what you mean? James asked Sophia, his tone conveying genuine interest rather than adult condescension. Educational costs that rise faster than wage growth, healthcare systems that create medical bankruptcy, housing policies that favor investors over residents, Sophia replied matter-of-factly. It's not accidental that families with wealth accumulate more wealth while families without it struggle to achieve basic stability. James nodded thoughtfully. Those are sophisticated insights for someone your age. Living these realities makes you understand them quickly, Sophia replied with a slight smile. Plus, Mom explains everything to me instead of protecting me from our financial situation. I've understood since middle school that my choices would determine not just my future, but potentially my family's economic trajectory for generations. Elena felt a pang of guilt at her daughter's matter-of-fact description of the pressure she carried. She had chosen honesty over protection, believing that Sophia needed to understand their circumstances to make informed decisions. But sometimes she wondered if that transparency had stolen some of her daughter's childhood. "Do you ever resent carrying that responsibility?" James asked Sophia directly. Elena held her breath, realizing she had never posed that question so directly to her daughter. Sophia considered the question seriously before responding. "Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to choose a college major based on interest instead of earning potential, or to consider studying abroad without calculating the cost impact on our family's financial goals. But I don't resent it. Understanding the stakes makes me more intentional about my choices." "And you're comfortable with that level of intentionality?" "It's the only way I've ever lived," Sophia replied simply. "I can't miss freedom I've never experienced." James glanced at Elena, and she saw recognition in his expression, understanding that Sophia's response reflected both remarkable maturity and a kind of loss that couldn't be quantified or easily addressed. "What would you choose if the financial considerations were removed?" James asked Sophia. "If college costs weren't a factor and you could study anything without worrying about future earning potential?" Sophia's face lit up with surprising enthusiasm. "Marine biology, or maybe environmental engineering. I love the ocean, and I'm fascinated by sustainable technology development." Elena felt her heart contract. She had known about Sophia's interest in marine science, but hadn't realized how much passion lay behind it. They lived hundreds of miles from the ocean, and Elena had never been able to afford vacations that might have nurtured Sophia's connection to marine environments. "Those are fields with significant research opportunities," James observed. "Have you been able to explore them through school programs?" Sophia's expression dimmed slightly. "Our school doesn't offer marine biology, and the environmental science program is pretty basic. I've been reading research papers online and watching documentaries, but I've never actually done field work or seen a proper research facility." Elena felt the familiar ache of being unable to provide experiences she knew would benefit her daughter's development. Field trips, summer programs, educational travel, all the enrichment opportunities that helped students discover and develop their passions remained beyond their financial reach. "What draws you to marine biology specifically?" James continued. "The complexity of ocean ecosystems and how they're being affected by climate change," Sophia replied, her enthusiasm overcoming her earlier restraint. "Plus, the technology being developed for deep-sea research and conservation is incredible. Underwater robotics, coral restoration techniques, pollution remediation systems." James smiled at Sophia's obvious passion. "Have you considered that environmental engineering programs often include marine applications?" "Some do, but the best programs are at expensive private schools or out-of-state public universities that would cost too much even with financial aid," Sophia replied pragmatically. Elena watched this exchange with growing awareness of how much her daughter's future was being shaped by financial calculations rather than intellectual curiosity or personal passion. Sophia had learned to research thoroughly and choose strategically, but always within constraints that eliminated many possibilities before they could be seriously considered. "What about the state university system?" James asked. "Don't they offer environmental engineering programs?" "They do," Elena interjected, "but Sophia would need near-perfect standardized test scores to qualify for enough merit scholarships to make it affordable. We're hoping she can get into the honors program, which offers additional aid. Hence the SAT preparation program the guidance counselor mentioned," James said, connecting the conversation back to their earlier discussion. "Exactly. $800 for test prep that could potentially lead to scholarship offers worth tens of thousands," Elena confirmed. It's a good investment if we can find the money. And if Sophia's scores don't meet the scholarship thresholds? Elena and Sophia exchanged a glance that spoke of conversations they'd had multiple times over the past year. Then we reassess our options, Elena replied diplomatically, which means community college for the first 2 years and part-time work to help pay for the final 2 years at a state school, Sophia translated with characteristic directness. That's not failure, Elena said firmly, addressing both Sophia and James. Community college provides excellent foundational education at a fraction of the cost. It's a strategic choice, not a consolation prize. I know, Sophia assured her mother, but it would mean postponing some opportunities, like undergraduate research programs or study abroad experiences that might be important for graduate school applications. James absorbed this information with an expression Elena couldn't quite read. In the candlelight, his features appeared thoughtful rather than pitying, analytical rather than emotional. Have you researched graduate school requirements for environmental engineering? James asked Sophia. Extensively. The top programs prioritize undergraduate research experience, which is more available at four-year universities than community colleges. Plus, having faculty mentors who can write strong recommendation letters makes a significant difference in competitive admissions. Elena felt proud of her daughter's thorough research while simultaneously frustrated by the systemic barriers that made Sophia's path more complicated than it needed to be. Every choice required careful analysis of costs and benefits, with little room for the kind of exploratory learning that helps students discover unexpected talents or interests. It sounds like you've thought through these challenges comprehensively, James observed. What strategies have you developed for maximizing opportunities within your constraints? Sophia brightened at the question, clearly pleased to share her systematic approach to academic planning. I'm taking as many advanced placement classes as possible to earn college credit while still in high school. I volunteer at the hospital where Mom works to gain healthcare experience that might help with scholarship applications. And I've been teaching myself programming languages that are used in environmental modeling. Programming languages. James's interest sharpened noticeably. Python primarily, some R for statistical analysis, and I'm learning GIS software for mapping applications, Sophia replied matter-of-factly. Elena watched James's expression change as he processed Sophia's self-directed technical education. Even with her limited understanding of technology, Elena recognized that her daughter's programming abilities were sophisticated for someone her age. Where did you learn those skills? Online tutorials, free courses through the library's computer lab, and practice with data sets I found through environmental research organizations, Sophia explained. Programming is one field where you can develop professional-level skills without expensive formal education. That's remarkably self-directed learning, James said with obvious admiration. Have you built any projects or applications? Sophia's cheeks flushed with pleasure at his interest. I created a water quality monitoring program that analyzes data from our neighborhood and identifies pollution patterns over time. It's pretty basic, but it works. Elena felt a surge of pride mixed with amazement. She had known Sophia was working on computer programming, but hadn't understood the sophistication of her daughter's self-taught skills. Could you show me the program? James asked. Sophia hesitated, glancing at Elena uncertainly. It's on my laptop, but the power's out. The battery should last for a demonstration, Elena encouraged, curious to see her daughter's work herself. Sophia disappeared into the bedroom and returned with a slightly battered laptop that had been a Christmas gift 2 years earlier, purchased refurbished and stretched to its operational limits by Sophia's demanding use. As she opened the program, Elena moved closer to see the screen, fascinated by this glimpse into her daughter's hidden capabilities. The interface that appeared was clean and professional, displaying charts and graphs that Elena couldn't interpret, but that clearly impressed James. Sophia walked through the program's functions with growing confidence, explaining how she had gathered data, processed it, and created visualizations that revealed pollution patterns in their local water system. "This is graduate-level work," James said quietly, his voice carrying genuine astonishment. "How long did it take you to develop this?" "About 6 months, working on weekends and during school breaks," Sophia replied, pleased by his reaction. "I wanted to understand whether the water quality issues people complain about in our neighborhood were real or just perception." "And what did you discover?" Sophia's expression grew serious. "The issues are real. Lead levels spike periodically, probably due to aging infrastructure, and there are consistent patterns of bacterial contamination that correlate with heavy rainfall events." Elena stared at her daughter, realizing that Sophia had been conducting actual environmental research in their own neighborhood without any adult guidance or formal training. The implications were both impressive and slightly concerning. "Have you shared these findings with anyone?" James asked. "I sent a report to the city's Environmental Health Department 6 months ago," Sophia replied. "They sent back a form letter thanking me for my interest in water quality." Elena felt anger flare on her daughter's behalf. Sophia had identified genuine public health concerns through sophisticated analysis, only to be dismissed by officials who should have taken her findings seriously. "Did you follow up?" James pressed. "I called twice, but they said citizen reports need to go through official channels and that my data couldn't be verified without their own testing," Sophia replied with barely concealed frustration. "Bureaucratic barriers to citizen science," James observed. "It's a common problem." "It's more than that," Sophia said, her voice taking on an edge Elena rarely heard. "It's adults dismissing teenagers' work, regardless of its quality, and institutions prioritizing process over results." Elena recognized the tone. Sophia had inherited her grandmother's impatience with inefficiency, and her own determination to address problems directly rather than accepting systemic failures. "What would need to change for your research to be taken seriously?" James asked. "Credentialed validation, formal presentation through established channels, or association with recognized institutions," Sophia replied immediately. "Basically, I need adult authorization for my findings to matter." The conversation was interrupted by Elena's phone buzzing with a text message. She glanced at the screen and felt her stomach drop. A message from her supervisor at the urgent care clinic about potential schedule changes due to storm-related staffing issues. "Work problems?" James asked, noting her expression. "Potentially. The clinic might need me to come in early tomorrow if other staff can't make it due to transportation issues." Elena rubbed her temples, feeling the familiar tension of balancing competing obligations. "Which would be overtime pay, but it would also mean missing Sophia's chemistry exam if she needs help getting to school." "I can get to school myself," Sophia assured her mother. "The subway usually runs even if it's delayed." "I know you can manage," Elena replied, "but I don't like you navigating flooded stations alone." James watched this exchange with growing understanding of the complex calculations that governed Elena's daily decisions. Every opportunity created potential conflicts with other priorities, requiring constant recalibration of plans and resources. "What time would you need to leave for the early shift?" James asked. 6 a.m., assuming my car is functional and the roads are passable," Elena replied. "And Sophia's exam is when?" "First period, 8:15, Sophia answered. "But I can leave earlier if the subway's running slowly." Elena could see the careful planning already forming in her daughter's mind. Backup routes, alternative transportation options, contingency plans for various scenarios. At 15, Sophia managed uncertainty with the systematic approach of someone twice her age. "You shouldn't have to handle crisis management alone," James said quietly. Elena looked at him with surprise. We handle what we need to handle. It's not about what should or shouldn't be necessary. But support systems matter, James pressed gently. Having reliable help with logistics and emergency situations allows families to focus on growth rather than just survival. Elena felt defensive despite recognizing the truth in his observation. We have support systems. Mrs. Chen helps with emergencies. Sophia's school provides academic support. My supervisor is flexible with scheduling when possible. Those are individual kindnesses, James acknowledged, but not systematic solutions to structural problems. Elena realized he was making the same distinction Sophia had identified earlier, the difference between charity and systemic change. Individual acts of generosity helped specific situations, but didn't address the underlying issues that created those situations repeatedly. What would systematic solutions look like? Elena asked, curious about his perspective. Affordable childcare that adapts to healthcare workers' irregular schedules. Public transportation designed to serve working families rather than just commuters. Educational funding that doesn't penalize students for their parents' income levels. Elena nodded, recognizing challenges she faced daily. Those changes would require significant policy shifts and investment priorities. Which is why families like yours demonstrate such remarkable resilience, James replied. You're succeeding despite systems that weren't designed to support your success. Elena felt uncomfortable with being characterized as remarkable for managing circumstances that millions of families faced. We're not unique. Most single parents develop these skills out of necessity. That doesn't make the skills less impressive, James countered, or less valuable to understanding how support systems should actually function. Sophia had been listening to this conversation while apparently organizing her homework materials, but Elena recognized her daughter's focused attention despite her busy hands. James, Sophia said suddenly, what kind of community benefits would actually help families like ours? Elena felt a surge of pride at her daughter's direct engagement with policy questions, even as she worried about appearing presumptuous to their obviously affluent guest. What would help you most? James asked in return. Sophia considered the question seriously. Reliable infrastructure that doesn't break down every time there's a storm. Educational programs that don't require choosing between academic advancement and family financial stability. Healthcare that doesn't force families into debt when someone gets seriously ill. Anything else? Economic opportunities that don't require abandoning your community, Sophia continued, warming to the topic. Most career advancement seems to require moving away from support networks and local connections. Elena realized that Sophia had articulated something she'd never been able to express clearly. The way that economic mobility often demanded geographic and social displacement that weakened the very relationships that had made survival possible. Those are sophisticated insights, James said appreciatively. Have you considered that your perspective might be valuable for development projects trying to address these issues? Sophia looked puzzled. How would my perspective be valuable? Community input from people who actually live with the consequences of development decisions, James explained. Most planning processes gather feedback from established community leaders and business owners, but they rarely include voices from families navigating the challenges you've described. Elena watched her daughter process this suggestion with the analytical focus she brought to complex problems. The idea that Sophia's experiences might be viewed as expertise rather than simply obstacles to overcome seemed to intrigue and surprise her. Would developers actually listen to feedback from teenagers? Sophia asked skeptically. The smart ones would, James replied. Young people often see solutions that adults miss because they're not constrained by assumptions about what's possible or traditional. As the evening deepened and the storm finally began to show signs of weakening, Elena found herself reflecting on the unexpected directions their conversation had taken. What had begun as emergency shelter for a stranded stranger had evolved into the kind of meaningful dialogue she rarely experienced, honest exchange about challenges and possibilities, dreams and constraints, individual experiences, and systemic issues. James had listened with genuine attention rather than offering easy solutions or dismissive platitudes. More surprisingly, he had engaged Sophia as an intellectual equal rather than patronizing her with adult condescension. For the first time in months, Elena felt like she was being seen as more than the sum of her circumstances, as someone with insights worth hearing and perspectives worth considering. "I should let you both get some rest," James said eventually, noting the late hour. "Tomorrow will bring enough challenges without sleep deprivation." As Elena prepared bedding for James on the couch, she found herself hoping that the morning wouldn't simply return them all to their separate worlds. Something had shifted during their long conversation, some recognition of possibility that hadn't existed before the storm brought them together. Elena had no way of knowing that James lay awake long after she and Sophia had gone to bed, staring at the ceiling while his mind raced with plans that would transform not just her family's circumstances, but his understanding of what his wealth and influence could accomplish when directed toward genuine community benefit, rather than personal accumulation. The storm was finally exhausting itself against the windows of the modest apartment, but inside, something much more powerful was just beginning to build momentum. Elena's internal clock woke her at 5:47 a.m., 13 minutes before her phone alarm would have shattered the unusual quiet that had settled over their building. The storm had finally exhausted itself sometime during the night, leaving behind the particular stillness that follows nature's fury. Air so clean it seemed to sparkle, and silence so complete it felt almost ominous after hours of relentless wind and rain. She lay still for a moment, listening for the sounds that typically marked their morning routine. Sophia's alarm buzzing from the other side of their shared bedroom, the building's aging radiator clanking to life, Mrs. Chen's television filtering through the thin walls. Instead, she heard only the distant hum of traffic returning to storm-cleared streets and the occasional drop of water falling from the fire escape outside their window. Memory flooded back as consciousness fully returned, the stranger at her door, James with his expensive clothes and unexpected vulnerability, their long conversation that had stretched well past midnight. Elena turned toward the living room, expecting to see his sleeping form on the couch, but found only neatly folded blankets and the pillow she'd given him arranged with hospital corner precision. A piece of paper sat on the small coffee table, weighted down with one of Sophia's textbooks. Elena slipped quietly from bed, careful not to wake her daughter, and padded barefoot across the cold linoleum to retrieve what was obviously a note. Elena and Sophia. The handwriting was precise, educated, the kind of penmanship that suggested expensive private school training. "Thank you for your extraordinary kindness during the storm. Your generosity and thoughtfulness reminded me that genuine hospitality is one of humanity's most valuable gifts. I've called for assistance with my driver and transportation, so I didn't want to wake you before leaving. Your conversation last night was more meaningful than you might realize. With deepest gratitude, James." Elena read the note twice, surprised by the formal tone after their intimate evening of shared stories and honest conversation. The message felt both heartfelt and distant, as though James had retreated into polite social conventions after their unguarded exchange. She folded the paper carefully, uncertain why she felt compelled to preserve it rather than simply discarding it with other temporary correspondence. Moving quietly through her morning routine, Elena showered quickly in their small bathroom, the hot water lasting exactly long enough to rinse the soap from her hair, a timing she'd perfected over months of careful resource management. Her work clothes hung on a hook behind the door, fresh scrubs from the hospital's laundry service, practical shoes that provided 12-hour comfort while maintaining professional appearance, and the light cardigan she wore to combat the medical facility's aggressive air conditioning. In the kitchen, she prepared coffee using yesterday's grounds, a money-saving practice her grandmother had taught her, though Elena suspected the weak second brew contained more hope than actual caffeine. The familiar ritual of measuring water and arranging the filter provided comfort after the previous night's disruption to their carefully orchestrated routine. Sophia appeared in the doorway as Elena was retrieving their shared cell phone charger from the living room outlet. At 15, her daughter possessed an internal alarm clock that consistently woke her 15 minutes before necessary, allowing time for the kind of thorough preparation that had become essential to managing their complex schedule. "He's gone," Sophia observed, noting the empty couch and folded blankets. "Left a thank you note," Elena confirmed, gesturing toward the paper now tucked beside the coffee maker. "Probably called for a car service once the road's cleared." Sophia nodded, accepting this explanation while clearly processing other observations. Elena recognized her daughter's analytical expression, the same focused attention Sophia applied to chemistry problems or budget calculations. "Did you sleep well?" Elena asked, deflecting whatever questions might be forming in Sophia's perceptive mind. "Better than expected, considering we had a stranger in the apartment," Sophia replied diplomatically, though he seemed safe enough after talking with him for several hours. Elena felt heat rise in her cheeks at her daughter's casual reference to their extended conversation. She had been careful to keep her voice low during their late-night discussion, but their apartment's thin walls made privacy difficult to maintain. "He was knowledgeable about development projects," Elena said carefully, "and interested in your programming work." "Interested enough to ask good questions," Sophia agreed, pulling ingredients from the refrigerator for their standard breakfast of oatmeal and fruit. "Most adults just say, 'That's nice,' when teenagers mention technical skills." Elena watched her daughter prepare their meal with the efficiency she'd inherited from 3 generations of women who understood that time management meant survival. Sophia's movements carried none of the awkward uncertainty typical of adolescence. Instead, she worked with purposeful precision that spoke of early assumption of adult responsibilities. "Speaking of technical skills," Elena said, settling at their small table with coffee that was indeed weaker than optimal, "I had no idea your water quality program was so sophisticated. When did you learn to create data visualizations?" Sophia's cheeks flushed with pleasure at her mother's attention to her work. "I've been watching online tutorials for about 8 months. The programming languages are free to learn, and there are thousands of data sets available for practice. Why didn't you tell me you were doing environmental research in our neighborhood?" Sophia paused in her stirring, considering the question with characteristic thoughtfulness. "I wasn't sure it would lead anywhere useful, and I didn't want to worry you about water quality issues you couldn't fix." Elena felt a familiar pang at her daughter's protective instincts. Sophia had learned to filter information based on their family's capacity to address problems, a survival mechanism that sometimes meant Elena missed important developments in her daughter's intellectual and emotional life. "Next time, share the research with me, regardless of whether we can immediately solve the problems," Elena said gently. "Your work is impressive, and you shouldn't have to carry those discoveries alone." Their breakfast conversation was interrupted by Elena's phone buzzing with a text message from her supervisor at the urgent care clinic. She read the message quickly, then sighed with the particular frustration of schedule changes beyond her control. "Storm-related staffing shortage," Elena explained to Sophia's questioning look. "They need me to come in early today, which means leaving here by 6:45 instead of 8:30. Sophia immediately began recalculating her own schedule, the automatic response of someone accustomed to adapting to adult employment demands. Subway should be running normally by 7 o'clock so I can still make it to school on time for the chemistry exam. Elena felt the familiar weight of competing obligations. Extra hours meant overtime pay they genuinely needed, but it also meant Sophia would navigate potential transportation complications alone. Their careful balance between Elena's work requirements and Sophia's educational needs required constant adjustment as circumstances changed. "Text me when you arrive at school safely," Elena instructed, gathering her work bag and jacket. "And let me know how the exam goes." "I will. Have a good shift, Mom." Elena paused at the door, struck by the casual competence with which her 15-year-old daughter managed uncertainty. Sophia would wake up alone, prepare for school independently, handle any transportation delays or complications, take a challenging chemistry exam, and work her afternoon shift at the grocery store, all while maintaining the academic excellence that represented their family's best hope for long-term financial stability. "I love you, mija," Elena said suddenly, the words carrying more weight than usual. "Love you too, Mom. Don't worry about me. Focus on earning that overtime pay." Outside, Elena discovered that her Honda had indeed been damaged by falling debris, though not as severely as she'd feared. A large branch had dented the roof and cracked the rear windshield, but the engine started reliably, and all 4 tires remained inflated. The damage was cosmetic enough to postpone expensive repairs, though she made a mental note to call her insurance company during her lunch break. The drive to the urgent care clinic took Elena through neighborhoods that revealed the storm's capricious destruction. Some blocks appeared virtually untouched, while others looked like war zones of fallen trees, damaged buildings, and scattered debris. Emergency crews worked methodically to clear main arteries, but side streets remained chaotic with obstacles and standing water. At the clinic, Elena found organized chaos as staff members dealt with storm-related injuries and patients who had postponed seeking medical attention during the worst weather. The familiar rhythm of triage and treatment provided welcome distraction from her lingering thoughts about James and their unexpected evening of connection. During her lunch break, Elena called the insurance company about her car damage, navigating automated phone systems and hold music that consumed 23 of her 30-minute break. The news was predictably frustrating. Her deductible was higher than the estimated repair cost, making the insurance claim financially pointless. "Another expense to postpone indefinitely," Elena muttered to herself, adding car repairs to the mental list of financial obligations that grew faster than her capacity to address them. The afternoon shift passed quickly as Elena treated sprained ankles from storm cleanup efforts, minor cuts from broken glass, and an elderly man with chest pains who had delayed seeking help during the worst weather. Each patient required careful attention to both immediate medical needs and underlying social factors that affected their health outcomes, insurance status, transportation limitations, family support systems. By the time Elena's shift ended at 4:30, exhaustion weighed on her shoulders like a physical burden. The early start time had disrupted her carefully calibrated sleep schedule, and the emotional intensity of the previous evening lingered in her mind, despite her attempts to focus solely on work responsibilities. The drive home took Elena past the grocery store where Sophia worked after school. Through the large windows, she could see her daughter at Register 3, scanning items with mechanical efficiency while chatting politely with customers. At 15, Sophia navigated part-time employment with the same competent professionalism she brought to academic work, earning money that would eventually support her college education. Elena felt the familiar mixture of pride and concern as she watched her daughter work. Sophia's maturity and dedication consistently amazed her, but Elena sometimes wondered about the childhood experiences her daughter was sacrificing in service of their family's long-term goals. At home, Elena parked carefully around the storm debris that still littered their building's small lot and climbed the 3 flights to their apartment. The silence felt different from the mornings. Peaceful quiet, less restful, more vacant. She found herself listening for sounds that might indicate James's presence, though she knew he had departed hours earlier. Elena changed from her work clothes into the comfortable jeans and sweater she wore for evening household tasks, then gathered the laundry she'd been planning to hang outside before the storm had interrupted her routine. Their apartment's small size meant that air-drying clothes required strategic planning and outdoor space when weather permitted. The building's backyard was modest and shared by all residents. A patch of grass maintained by Mrs. Chen's enthusiastic gardening efforts, several clotheslines strung between sturdy posts, and a clear view of the vacant lot behind their property that had remained undeveloped for as long as Elena could remember. Elena pushed open the heavy door that led from the building's rear hallway to the shared outdoor space. Basket of damp clothes balanced on her hip. The storm had left the air crystal clear, with late afternoon sunlight slanting through spaces where tree canopies had been altered by fallen branches. She had taken 3 steps toward the clotheslines when the sound stopped her completely, the unmistakable rumble of heavy machinery operating at close range. Elena looked around in confusion, trying to identify the source of the noise that seemed to be coming from directly behind their building. The vacant lot, which had been empty and overgrown with weeds just 2 days earlier, now swarmed with activity that looked like something from a construction industry time-lapse video. 3 massive excavators worked methodically to clear vegetation and level the ground, while a steady parade of dump trucks hauled away debris. Temporary fencing had been erected around the entire perimeter, and a small trailer that clearly served as a field office sat near the lot's entrance. Elena dropped her laundry basket, wet clothes spilling across the ground as she stared at the impossible scene before her. The empty lot had been vacant for her entire life, a overgrown space that neighborhood children used for informal games and adults occasionally discussed as potential community garden space. She had never seen any for sale signs or development notices, never heard rumors about impending construction. "What the hell?" Elena said aloud, her voice carrying across the construction noise. A man in a hard hat and reflective vest noticed her standing at the fence line and approached with the confident stride of someone accustomed to managing public inquiries about construction projects. He appeared to be in his 50s, with the weathered complexion of someone who worked outdoors professionally and the patient expression of a supervisor who fielded questions from curious neighbors regularly. "Ma'am, I'm sorry about the noise," he said, his voice carrying easily over the machinery. "We're trying to get the site preparation completed as quickly as possible, but I know the equipment can be disruptive." Elena stared at him with complete bewilderment. Site preparation for what? "Residential construction. We broke ground this morning as soon as the storm cleared." The man consulted a clipboard that appeared to contain detailed project specifications. "Should have the foundation poured within 2 weeks if the weather cooperates." "Residential construction?" Elena repeated, her voice rising with confusion and something approaching panic. "This lot has been empty for decades. When was it sold? Who bought it?" The project manager looked surprised by her questions, clearly assuming she was already familiar with the development plans. "The sale closed yesterday, actually. Rush transaction, from what I understand. The new owner specifically requested that we begin work immediately after the storm passed." Elena felt the ground seem to shift beneath her feet as the implications of this information penetrated her consciousness. Yesterday? The storm was yesterday. Who conducts real estate transactions during a major weather emergency? "Someone with significant resources and unusual urgency, I'd guess," the manager replied with a slight smile. "All I know is that we received very clear instructions to mobilize equipment and begin site preparation as soon as conditions permitted." "What kind of residential construction?" Elena asked, though she suspected the answer would only deepen her confusion. The project manager consulted his clipboard again, clearly reading from detailed specifications. Single-family residence, approximately 8,000 square feet, 3 stories plus finished basement. Custom design with extensive green building features and significant landscaping plans. Elena's mind reeled as she processed these details. An 8,000 square foot house represented wealth beyond anything she had encountered personally, larger than the urgent care clinic where she worked, more expensive than anything in their neighborhood by several orders of magnitude. "This is a working-class neighborhood," Elena said, gesturing around at the modest apartment buildings and small houses that characterize their area. "That kind of construction doesn't make sense here." "Property values have been rising steadily," the manager replied diplomatically. "Prime location for development, from what the surveyors told me. Close to public transportation, good school district, convenient to downtown." Elena recognized the language of gentrification disguised as neutral economic observation. She had read enough about neighborhood displacement to understand that luxury construction often preceded systematic pricing out of existing residents. "How long will construction take?" she asked, dreading the answer. 18 months minimum, probably closer to 2 years for a project this size and complexity, the manager replied. Though the owner has indicated that timeline acceleration is a priority. Elena stared at the excavators systematically destroying the peaceful vacant lot where she had occasionally brought Sophia to play when her daughter was younger. 2 years of construction noise, disrupted parking, increased traffic, and the constant reminder that their neighborhood was being transformed by people with resources they could never hope to possess. "Ma'am, are you all right?" the project manager asked, noting Elena's obvious distress. "I live right there," Elena pointed toward their building, "and I had no idea this development was planned. Shouldn't residents have been notified about major construction projects?" "All required permits were obtained and public notices were filed, according to city regulations," the manager replied, his tone suggesting he'd answered similar questions before. "Though I understand the timeline was accelerated due to the owner's specific requirements." Elena felt anger beginning to replace her initial shock. What specific requirements justify keeping residents in the dark about 2 years of construction in their backyard? The project manager hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of their conversation. "I really can't speak to the development decisions, ma'am. I just manage the construction timeline and make sure we comply with all safety and noise regulations." "Who is the owner?" Elena asked directly. "Who decided to build a mansion in a working-class neighborhood without any community input?" "I'm not authorized to share client information," the manager replied, his diplomatic tone suggesting this was not the first time he'd deflected this question. "But I can assure you that all development procedures were followed properly." Elena realized that her questions were hitting bureaucratic walls designed to protect developer privacy while leaving residents with no recourse for meaningful input or objection. She was being told to accept a massive disruption to her daily life based on decisions made by people she couldn't identify through processes she hadn't been included in. "Can you at least tell me who I should contact if the construction creates problems for the residents?" Elena asked, attempting to focus on practical concerns rather than her growing frustration with the situation. The manager handed her a business card that read Harrison Development Group with contact information for permits, noise complaints, and general inquiries. Elena stared at the card, the company name triggering a vague memory of their conversation with James the previous evening. "Harrison Development Group," Elena repeated slowly. "Are they a local company?" "One of the largest development firms on the East Coast," the manager replied with obvious pride in his association with the organization. "They specialize in high-end residential and mixed-use projects. This is actually one of their more unusual developments. Typically, they work on much larger-scale commercial properties." Elena felt pieces of a puzzle beginning to align in ways that made her deeply uncomfortable. James had mentioned working for Harrison Group during his phone call the previous evening. He had spoken knowledgeably about development projects and community integration. He had asked detailed questions about her grandmother's house and the neighborhood's potential for development. "Excuse me," Elena said suddenly, "but is the project manager's name James? James Harrison?" The site manager looked surprised by her question. "No, ma'am. The project manager is Roberto Silva. That's me. James Harrison is the company owner and primary developer. He doesn't typically manage individual construction sites." Elena's stomach dropped as the full implications of this information crashed over her. James Harrison, the bedraggled stranger she had sheltered during the storm, was not simply an employee of Harrison Development Group. He was the company's owner. The man who had sat at her table, eaten her food, listened to her story about the deteriorating house she couldn't afford to repair, was the same man now building a mansion in her backyard. "Mr. Harrison specifically requested that we begin work immediately," Roberto continued, oblivious to Elena's growing realization. Unusual timeline, but he was very clear about the urgency. Elena felt betrayed in ways she couldn't fully articulate. James had listened to her describe their financial struggles, Sophia's limited educational opportunities, and the impossible choice between maintaining her grandmother's house or providing for her daughter's future. He had asked thoughtful questions and offered understanding comments, all while planning a construction project that would disrupt their lives and potentially drive up property values enough to force them from their neighborhood entirely. "Did Mr. Harrison visit the site recently?" Elena asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. "Yesterday, actually, right before the storm hit. He was conducting a final inspection when the weather turned dangerous," Roberto replied. "Had to abandon his car somewhere in the neighborhood when a tree came down." Elena closed her eyes, pieces falling into place with devastating clarity. James hadn't been randomly seeking shelter. He had been in their neighborhood specifically to finalize plans for a development project that would fundamentally alter their community. His questions about her grandmother's house hadn't been sympathetic curiosity, but market research about potential expansion opportunities. "Ma'am, are you sure you're all right?" Roberto asked with genuine concern. "You look like you might need to sit down." Elena realized she was gripping the construction fence so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. The betrayal felt physical, a sick weight in her stomach that made breathing difficult. "I'm fine," Elena managed, though her voice carried none of the conviction the words suggested. "Just surprised by the sudden development." "I understand neighborhood construction can be disruptive," Roberto said sympathetically. "But Harrison Development has an excellent reputation for minimizing impacts on surrounding properties. They really do try to be good neighbors." Elena almost laughed at the irony of being told that the company destroying her peaceful backyard was trying to be neighborly. But Roberto seemed genuinely well-meaning, probably unaware of the social dynamics his employer's development decisions created. "How soon will the actual construction begin?" Elena asked, attempting to focus on practical concerns rather than her emotional response to James's deception. "Foundation work starts next week, assuming the site preparation stays on schedule," Roberto replied, consulting his clipboard again. "The noise will be significant for the first few months, but we're required to limit work hours to weekdays between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Elena calculated the impact on their daily routine. Sophia would be trying to study for college entrance exams while construction noise rattled their windows. Elena would be attempting to sleep between double shifts while heavy machinery operated 50 feet from their building. Their small apartment, already challenging to live in comfortably, would become a constant reminder of their inability to control their environment. "Will there be parking impacts?" Elena asked, thinking about her damaged car and their building's limited spaces. "Some temporary restrictions during material deliveries, but we'll provide advance notice for any major disruptions," Roberto assured her. The owner specifically requested that we minimize inconvenience to neighborhood residents. Elena felt another wave of anger at the suggestion that James had considered their welfare while planning a project he knew would fundamentally disrupt their lives. His evening of sympathetic listening now seemed like reconnaissance rather than genuine connection. "I should get back to work," Elena said abruptly, no longer able to maintain polite conversation about the construction that was destroying her sense of security and stability. "Of course, please don't hesitate to call if you have any concerns about our work," Roberto said, gesturing toward the business card she still held. "We really do want to be good neighbors." Elena gathered her scattered laundry, wet clothes now mixed with dirt from their fall onto the ground. The simple domestic task she had been planning, hanging clothes to dry in the peaceful afternoon sun, had been transformed into a complicated negotiation with industrial development that she had no power to influence or control. Back in their apartment, Elena sat at the kitchen table, staring at the Harrison Development Group business card while trying to process the morning's revelations. The note James had left seemed even more formal and distant now that she understood his true identity. Not a grateful stranger, but a wealthy developer who had gathered information about her family's vulnerabilities while accepting their hospitality. Elena thought about their conversation the previous evening, reconsidering James's questions in light of what she now knew about his intentions. His interest in her grandmother's house and the neighborhood's development potential hadn't been academic curiosity, but professional assessment. His thoughtful questions about Sophia's education and their financial challenges had provided him with detailed information about exactly the kind of families his development projects typically displaced. The phone rang, interrupting Elena's increasingly angry ruminations. Sophia's voice carried clearly through the speaker, bright with success and completely unaware of the day's developments. "Mom, I think I aced the chemistry exam. The molecular bonding questions were exactly what I studied, and the calculations were much easier than I expected." Elena forced enthusiasm into her voice, unwilling to burden her daughter with adult disappointments when Sophia had clearly had a successful day. "That's wonderful, Mija. I'm so proud of how hard you've been working." "How was your early shift?" Sophia asked. "Did the overtime pay work out to be worth the schedule disruption?" "The shift was fine," Elena replied, technically truthful, though incomplete. "I'll be home by the time you finish at the grocery store." "Perfect. I picked up ingredients for dinner during my break. Mrs. Patterson said we could use her employee discount on the produce that's about to expire." Elena smiled despite her emotional turmoil, touched by her daughter's constant attention to maximizing their resources while maintaining nutritious meals. Sophia approached their budget constraints with creative problem-solving rather than resentment, finding ways to stretch every dollar while still providing variety in their limited diet. After ending the call, Elena returned to the kitchen window that provided a clear view of the construction site. The excavators continued their systematic destruction of the vacant lot, transforming what had been peaceful green space into a precisely engineered foundation for wealth that would tower over their modest neighborhood. Elena found herself wondering if James had planned his deception from the moment he knocked on her door, or if the opportunity to gather intelligence about potential development obstacles had simply presented itself during a genuine emergency. Either possibility left her feeling manipulated and foolish for having trusted someone whose wealth and power should have made her more cautious about his motivations. The business card listed a phone number for general inquiries. Elena stared at the digits, considering whether to call and demand an explanation from James about his failure to disclose his identity and intentions. But what would be the point of such a conversation? He could claim that business and personal interactions were separate, that his gratitude for her assistance was genuine despite his professional plans for the neighborhood. Elena realized that her anger stemmed not just from James's deception, but from her own naivety in believing that someone of his obvious affluence could be genuinely interested in her family's story without ulterior motives. She had allowed herself to feel seen and valued by someone whose real interest was in assessing how easily her community could be transformed to serve wealthy newcomers. The sound of heavy machinery continued as Elena prepared a simple dinner, the rhythmic rumbling serving as an auditory reminder that her world was being altered by forces beyond her control. By the time Sophia returned from work, Elena had decided to postpone sharing the construction news until she could present it calmly rather than emotionally. "How was your afternoon?" Sophia asked, settling at the table with her homework materials and the casual efficiency that characterized her transition between school, work, and academic responsibilities. "Productive," Elena replied, focusing on serving their meal rather than meeting her daughter's perceptive gaze. "Tell me more about the chemistry exam." As Sophia described her successful performance on molecular bonding questions and thermodynamics calculations, Elena found herself studying her daughter's animated face and wondering how long they would be able to remain in their neighborhood once construction-driven property value increases made their rent unaffordable. Sophia was in the middle of explaining her approach to balancing chemical equations when the machinery noise outside suddenly intensified, drawing both their attention to the window. "What is that sound?" Sophia asked, moving toward the kitchen window with the curiosity that characterized her response to new phenomena. Elena joined her daughter at the window, both of them staring at the transformation taking place in what had been their peaceful backyard view. Sophia's expression shifted from curiosity to confusion to something approaching alarm as she processed the scope of construction activity. "When did this start?" Sophia asked quietly. "This morning, apparently," Elena replied, attempting to keep her voice neutral despite the anger that continued building in her chest. "But that lot has been empty forever. Who's building there?" Elena handed Sophia the Harrison Development Group business card, watching her daughter's analytical mind engage with the implications of luxury development in their working-class neighborhood. "This is the company James mentioned last night," Sophia said after reading the card carefully. "Harrison Group." "Yes." Sophia looked up from the business card, her expression carrying the same recognition that had struck Elena earlier. James Harrison. The owner would be James Harrison. Yes. Elena watched her daughter process the betrayal with characteristic systematic thinking, considering the evidence and reaching logical conclusions about the man who had shared their dinner table and listened to their family struggles. "He was conducting reconnaissance," Sophia said finally, her voice carrying disappointment rather than surprise. "Gathering intelligence about neighborhood residents and potential obstacles to development." Elena felt proud of her daughter's analytical clarity, even as she wished Sophia didn't need to develop such sophisticated understanding of how power and deception operated in their world. "That seems to be the most logical explanation," Elena agreed. They stood together at the window, watching excavators systematically destroy the green space where Sophia had played as a child, and Elena had occasionally found peace during difficult periods. The construction represented more than simple development. It was a tangible reminder that their community existed at the mercy of people with resources they could never hope to possess. "What happens now?" Sophia asked quietly. Elena considered the question carefully, aware that her response would influence her daughter's understanding of how to respond to circumstances beyond their control. "Now we adapt to changes we didn't choose and can't prevent," Elena replied. "And we remember that accepting hospitality doesn't create obligations, but offering it reveals something important about who we choose to be." Sophia nodded, absorbing this perspective while continuing to watch the machinery that was reshaping their world. In the growing darkness, construction lights illuminated the site with harsh industrial brightness that would make sleeping more difficult for months to come. Elena realized that James's betrayal had taught her something valuable about the difference between charity and justice, between individual kindness and systemic change. She had opened her door to someone in need, and that decision remained worthwhile regardless of his later deception. But she would never again mistake temporary gratitude from wealthy individuals for genuine understanding of the challenges families like hers faced daily. As mother and daughter prepared for evening routines that would now include the sound of construction planning and heavy machinery warming up for the next day's work, Elena found herself thinking not about James Harrison and his manipulations, but about the conversation Sophia had recorded about water quality issues that city officials had dismissed. Tomorrow, Elena decided she would help her daughter find ways to ensure her environmental research received the serious attention it deserved, and she would begin researching tenant rights and community organizing resources, because if wealthy developers planned to transform their neighborhood, residents deserved input into how those changes would affect their daily lives. The construction might be beyond her control, but Elena Martinez was far from powerless. James Harrison had underestimated her if he thought a single evening of deception could undermine 15 years of determined survival and community building. Outside their window, the machinery continued its systematic work, but inside their small apartment, Elena and Sophia were making plans of their own. Elena slept poorly despite her exhaustion, the rumble of construction equipment invading even her dreams, with images of bulldozers systematically destroying everything familiar about her neighborhood. She woke repeatedly throughout the night, each time hoping the previous day's revelations had been an elaborate nightmare, only to hear the distant hum of generators and security lighting that now illuminated the construction site around the clock. By 5:30 a.m., Elena abandoned any pretense of restful sleep and moved quietly to the kitchen, where the coffee maker's familiar gurgling provided comfort against the industrial sounds filtering through their thin walls. The morning light revealed the full scope of yesterday's transformation, where she had expected to see the overgrown vacant lot of her childhood, a precisely engineered construction site now sprawled across the entire back boundary of their building's property. Sophia appeared in the doorway as Elena stood at the window, both of them drawn to the surreal sight of their changed world. Heavy machinery sat parked in perfect formation, waiting for the workday to begin. Temporary buildings housed equipment and supplies worth more than Elena's annual salary. Security fencing surrounded the perimeter, topped with lights that had turned their once peaceful backyard into something resembling a high-security installation. "I kept hoping it was all some kind of misunderstanding," Sophia said quietly, joining her mother at the window. "So did I," Elena admitted, noting how the construction site's industrial lighting made their modest apartment feel even smaller and more vulnerable by comparison. They shared breakfast in relative silence, both processing the implications of living adjacent to 18 months of intensive construction. Elena found herself calculating the impact on their daily routines. Sophia's study schedule disrupted by constant noise. Elena's sleep between double shifts interrupted by machinery starting at 7 a.m., their small apartment vibrating from heavy equipment operating mere yards from their foundation. "I've been thinking about James Harrison," Sophia said suddenly, her voice carrying the analytical tone Elena associated with her daughter's most systematic problem-solving. "What kind of thinking?" Sophia pulled out her tablet, opening what appeared to be extensive research she'd conducted after Elena had gone to bed. "I wanted to understand who we're dealing with, so I researched Harrison Development Group and James Harrison specifically." Elena felt a mixture of pride and concern at her daughter's initiative. Sophia's investigative instincts consistently impressed her, but Elena worried about her 15-year-old spending late evening hours researching the wealthy developer who had deceived their family. What did you discover? Sophia turned the tablet toward Elena, revealing a professional biography that made her stomach clench with renewed anger. James Michael Harrison, 38 years old, CEO and majority owner of Harrison Development Group. Estimated personal net worth, $2.8 billion. Elena stared at the figure, struggling to comprehend wealth on such a scale. She had known James was affluent based on his clothes and manner, but the reality of his financial resources was staggering. Harrison Development Group is one of the 15 largest real estate development companies in North America, Sophia continued, scrolling through additional information. They've completed projects in 12 major cities, specializing in luxury residential developments and mixed-use commercial properties. Mixed-use developments, Elena repeated, remembering James's conversation about community-focused projects that served existing residents rather than displacing them. That's what they claim in their marketing materials, Sophia said with skepticism beyond her years. But I found news articles about several Harrison developments that resulted in significant displacement of longtime residents and small businesses. Elena felt her anger intensify as she processed this information. James had presented himself as someone committed to ethical development practices, while his company's track record suggested exactly the opposite. There's more, Sophia said, pulling up additional research. James Harrison inherited the company from his father, who founded it in 1987. James became CEO in 2018 after graduating from Harvard Business School and working for 5 years at Goldman Sachs. The biographical details painted a picture of generational wealth and privilege that stood in stark contrast to their own family's history of intergenerational struggle. While Elena's grandmother had cleaned houses for 40 years to afford their modest home, James had inherited a real estate empire worth hundreds of millions of dollars. What else did you find? Sophia hesitated, clearly uncertain whether to share additional information that might be more upsetting than helpful. Several articles mention that James Harrison is known for personally overseeing high-profile development projects. He's described as a hands-on CEO who becomes directly involved in complex or controversial developments. Elena absorbed this detail, recognizing its implications for their situation. James wasn't simply approving construction in their neighborhood from his corporate office. He was personally managing a project that would fundamentally alter their community. Did any of the articles mention why he would choose this particular neighborhood for development? Nothing specific about our area, Sophia replied, but there are references to Harrison Development's strategy of identifying emerging neighborhoods with unrealized potential. Elena felt sick at the euphemistic language that reduced their community to investment opportunities. Unrealized potential meant working-class families whose displacement would make room for wealthy newcomers seeking affordable luxury close to downtown. Mom, Sophia said carefully, I think we should try to learn more about what really happened during the storm, about whether James Harrison's arrival at our door was actually coincidental. Elena looked at her daughter with surprise. What do you mean? Think about the timing, Sophia explained, her analytical mind engaging with the sequence of events. He was conducting a site inspection of property he was purchasing during a major storm. He had to abandon his car somewhere in our neighborhood. And out of all the buildings he could have approached for shelter, he chose ours. Elena felt a chill of realization. You think he was already watching our building? I think he was gathering information about potential obstacles to his development project, Sophia replied matter-of-factly. Our building sits directly adjacent to the construction site. Understanding the residents' circumstances would be valuable intelligence for managing community relations during construction. The possibility that James's request for shelter had been strategic rather than desperate added another layer of betrayal to Elena's growing anger. She had opened her door to someone she believed was in genuine distress, only to discover He might have been conducting reconnaissance on families he planned to displace. How could we find out what actually happened during the storm? Elena asked. Sophia gestured toward the window that faced the street. Mrs. Chen mentioned yesterday that she has security cameras covering the front of our building and the adjacent sidewalk. If James Harrison's car broke down nearby, the cameras might have recorded what happened. Elena felt a spark of hope at the possibility of learning the truth about James's arrival. Mrs. Chen had installed the security system 6 months earlier after a series of break-ins in nearby buildings, and she was generous about sharing footage when residents needed evidence for insurance claims or police reports. Would Mrs. Chen let us review the footage from 2 nights ago? She likes us, Sophia replied with confidence, especially since I helped her set up the digital storage system for her cameras. She's been wanting someone to teach her how to access the recordings. After Sophia left for school, Elena knocked on Mrs. Chen's door with a plate of leftover rice and beans, a gesture of neighborly appreciation that would provide context for her request to review security footage. The elderly woman welcomed Elena warmly, inviting her into an apartment that was identical in layout to theirs, but felt completely different due to Mrs. Chen's 40 years of accumulated possessions and careful decorating. "Elena, dear, how are you managing with all that construction noise?" Mrs. Chen asked, settling Elena at her kitchen table with tea and homemade almond cookies. "I can hear the machinery from my bedroom even with the windows closed." "It's definitely an adjustment," Elena replied diplomatically. "Actually, that's part of why I wanted to ask you a favor. Sophia mentioned that your security cameras cover the street in front of our building." Mrs. Chen nodded proudly. "Best investment I've made in years. Crystal clear images, even at night. The system stores 3 weeks of footage automatically." "Would it be possible to review recordings from 2 nights ago, during the storm? I think someone who came to our apartment might have been involved in an accident nearby, and I'd like to understand what happened." Mrs. Chen's expression sharpened with interest. "The well-dressed man who was leaving your building yesterday morning? I saw him getting into an expensive car around 6 a.m. Elena felt her pulse quicken. "You saw him leaving?" "Very quiet about it, very careful not to disturb anyone. But I always watch the street in the morning, old habit from 40 years of living alone." Mrs. Chen gestured toward her computer, which sat on a desk that provided clear sight lines to both her security monitors and the street outside. "Would you like to see what the cameras recorded?" Elena nodded, settling beside Mrs. Chen as the older woman navigated through digital files with surprising technical competence. Sophia had clearly done excellent work teaching Mrs. Chen to operate her security system. "Here's the beginning of the storm around 4:00 p.m. the day before yesterday," Mrs. Chen said, pointing to the timestamp on the screen. The footage showed their street during the early stages of the storm, with wind beginning to bend trees and scattered residents hurrying toward shelter. Elena watched several people pass by their building, but none matched James's appearance or expensive clothing. "Let me fast forward to when the storm was getting serious," Mrs. Chen said, advancing the timeline to approximately 6:30 p.m. The image that appeared on screen made Elena's breath catch. A sleek black sedan was visible at the far edge of the camera's range, stopped in what appeared to be an irregular position partially blocking the street. As Mrs. Chen adjusted the playback speed, Elena could see a figure emerge from the passenger side of the vehicle, moving unsteadily toward the sidewalk. "Can you zoom in on that person?" Elena asked. Mrs. Chen manipulated the controls, enlarging the image to reveal James Harrison, though he looked significantly different from the composed man who had sat at her dinner table. His expensive suit was torn and muddy, his hair disheveled, and his movements carried the uncertain quality of someone disoriented by shock or injury. "He's hurt," Elena observed, noting how James favored his left hand and moved with obvious difficulty. "Car accident from the looks of it," Mrs. Chen agreed. "Let me see what happened to the vehicle." As they continued watching, the footage revealed the full sequence of events. The sedan sat motionless for several minutes before a massive tree branch crashed down directly across its roof, completely blocking the driver's door and partially crushing the vehicle's front end. The impact was violent enough that Elena instinctively flinched despite watching recorded events. "My God," Elena whispered, "they could have been killed." The camera captured James standing beside the damaged vehicle, clearly attempting to reach the driver's side despite the fallen branch that made access impossible. For several minutes, he appeared to be calling out, presumably trying to wake or assist his unconscious driver, before finally moving away from the car and toward the sidewalk. He's in shock, Elena realized, watching James's wandering, uncertain progress along the street. He doesn't know where he's going. The footage showed James approaching two other buildings before arriving at theirs, each time knocking and receiving no response. His movements were increasingly unsteady, and Elena could see blood on his shirt sleeve where his hand injury had soaked through his makeshift bandage. "Poor man was probably hypothermic by the time he reached your door," Mrs. Chen observed with sympathy. "Lost in a storm, injured, and watching his driver trapped in a crushed car." Elena stared at the screen, her anger at James's deception suddenly complicated by the evidence of genuine distress and trauma. The man in the security footage wasn't conducting calculated reconnaissance. He was a disaster victim seeking shelter while dealing with shock and potential concussion. "Can you show me what happened in the morning when he left?" Elena asked. Mrs. Chen advanced the recording to approximately 6:00 a.m., revealing James's departure from their building. In the early morning light, he appeared composed and professionally dressed in clothes that were clearly different from what he'd worn during the storm, presumably items Elena had lent him or that he'd somehow cleaned and repaired overnight. A black SUV arrived precisely at 6:15 a.m., discharging two men in dark suits who approached James with deference that suggested they were his employees rather than a ride-sharing service. One man handed James a phone and what appeared to be fresh clothing, while the other surveyed the storm damage with the systematic attention of someone conducting professional assessment. "Corporate rescue team," Mrs. Chen observed. "Very efficient." Elena watched James gesture toward their building while speaking to his assistants, pointing specifically at the windows of her apartment. The conversation lasted several minutes, with James providing what appeared to be detailed information about his evening and their family circumstances. "He's briefing them about us," Elena realized with growing discomfort. The final portion of the footage showed James's departure in the SUV, but not before one of his assistants took photographs of their building's exterior and the adjacent construction site. The documentation was systematic and thorough, suggesting professional intelligence gathering rather than casual interest. "Elena, dear, are you all right?" Mrs. Chen asked, noting Elena's obvious distress. "You look quite pale." Elena struggled to process the conflicting information the security footage had revealed. James's arrival at her door appeared to be genuinely accidental, the result of traumatic circumstances beyond his control. But his departure involved systematic documentation of their building and circumstances, suggesting that his gratitude had quickly transformed into professional assessment of their potential resistance to his development project. "Mrs. Chen, has anyone from Harrison Development contacted you about the construction?" Elena asked suddenly. "Oh yes, several weeks ago. Very polite young woman, asking about any concerns we might have about increased construction activity in the neighborhood," Mrs. Chen replied. "I told her we were used to urban noise and that development often brings improvements to the area." Elena felt her anger return full force. Harrison Development had been conducting community relations research for weeks before beginning construction, gathering information about residents' likely responses to intensive development. James's evening at her apartment had provided him with detailed intelligence about the family most directly affected by his project. Did the woman mention any community benefits or resident compensation for construction disruptions? Elena pressed. Mrs. Chen shook her head. She was mostly interested in whether we had any organized resident associations or community groups that might object to the project. Elena recognized the pattern. Harrison Development was identifying potential opposition to their project while positioning themselves to manage or neutralize resistance through targeted community relations efforts. "Thank you for showing me the footage," Elena said, rising to leave. "It helps to understand what actually happened during the storm." "Of course, dear. Feel free to ask if you need anything else," Mrs. Chen replied warmly. "And don't hesitate to let me know if the construction becomes too disruptive. We residents need to support each other when developers move into the neighborhood." Elena returned to her apartment with her understanding of James Harrison fundamentally altered. The security footage had revealed that his arrival at her door was genuinely accidental, the result of trauma and desperation rather than calculated reconnaissance. But his departure and the subsequent construction timeline suggested that he had quickly recognized and exploited the intelligence opportunity their evening had provided. She found herself thinking about their dinner conversation, reconsidering James's questions about her grandmother's house and Sophia's educational goals in light of what she now knew about his professional interests. His inquiry about property values and development potential hadn't been sympathetic curiosity, but market research conducted while accepting her hospitality. Elena's phone rang, interrupting her analysis of the morning's revelations. The call was from Roberto Silva, the construction site manager, and his voice carried an apologetic tone that immediately put her on guard. "Ms. Martinez, I wanted to give you advance notice that we'll be beginning foundation excavation tomorrow morning. The work will require larger equipment than what you've seen so far, and the noise levels will be significantly higher." Elena felt her stomach clench at the prospect of even more intensive construction activity. "How much louder are we talking about?" "Substantial earth-moving equipment and pneumatic drilling," Roberto replied diplomatically. "I'm required to inform adjacent residents that sound levels may exceed normal construction noise ordinances under special permits we've obtained for accelerated timeline completion." "Special permits for what?" "The project owner has requested an expedited construction schedule that requires variances from standard noise and work hour restrictions," Roberto explained. "We'll be operating extended hours and using equipment that normally requires special authorization." Elena realized that James was using his wealth and political connections to bypass the regulations designed to protect residents from excessive construction disruption. What kind of extended hours? 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. on weekdays, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekends, with limited overnight work for time-sensitive foundation pours. Elena felt overwhelmed by the scope of construction activity that would dominate their lives for the next 18 months. Is there any compensation or assistance available for residents who are directly affected by the extended construction schedule? Roberto hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the question. "I'd recommend contacting our Community Relations Department for information about resident support programs." "Community Relations Department?" "Yes, ma'am. Harrison Development maintains a dedicated team for managing neighborhood concerns and resident communications during major projects." Elena felt another surge of anger at the clinical efficiency with which Harrison Development had systematized the process of managing community resistance to their disruptive projects. They had entire departments dedicated to containing opposition rather than preventing harm to existing residents. After ending the call, Elena immediately dialed the number Roberto had provided for Harrison Development's Community Relations Department. A pleasant-voiced woman answered promptly, as though the department was staffed and ready to handle inquiries from concerned residents. "Harrison Development Community Relations, this is Amanda. How may I assist you today?" "I live adjacent to your new construction project on Maple Street," Elena began, attempting to keep her voice professional despite her growing frustration. "I'm calling to inquire about support services for residents affected by extended construction schedules." "Of course, let me pull up information about the Maple Street project," Amanda replied with practiced enthusiasm. "I see that we've received special permits for accelerated construction timeline. Are you experiencing specific concerns about noise levels or work hours?" Elena felt surreal at the casual efficiency with which Amanda discussed disrupting her family's daily life. "I work double shifts as a nurse, which means I often need to sleep during daytime hours when your equipment will be operating. My daughter is preparing for college entrance exams and needs quiet space for studying." "I understand completely," Amanda replied sympathetically. "Let me see what accommodations might be available for your situation." Elena waited while Amanda consulted what sounded like extensive databases of resident management options. The fact that Harrison Development had systematized responses to construction concerns suggested they regularly disrupted communities while maintaining legal compliance through bureaucratic processes. "I have several options that might help," Amanda announced. "We can provide noise-canceling equipment for residents who work night shifts, and we offer temporary housing assistance for families who need quiet space during critical periods like exam preparation." "Temporary housing assistance?" Elena repeated with surprise. "Yes, we maintain partnerships with local hotels and short-term rental properties for residents who need to relocate temporarily during the most intensive construction phases." Elena realized that Harrison Development had created an entire infrastructure for managing the displacement their projects created, offering Band-Aid solutions rather than preventing harm to existing communities. "What would qualify my family for temporary housing assistance?" "Documented night shift employment and student exam schedules would certainly meet our criteria," Amanda replied promptly. "I can schedule an assessment visit to evaluate your specific needs and determine appropriate accommodations." Elena felt torn between pragmatic interest in solutions that might help her family and moral objection to accepting assistance from the company causing their problems. "When would such an assessment take place?" "I have availability tomorrow afternoon if that works for your schedule." "Actually," Elena said suddenly, "I'd like to speak directly with James Harrison about this project." Amanda's pause was subtle but noticeable. "Mr. Harrison doesn't typically conduct individual resident meetings. Our Community Relations Department handles all neighborhood concerns and resident communications." "This is a special situation," Elena pressed. "Mr. Harrison is personally familiar with my family's circumstances, and I believe direct communication would be more effective than working through intermediaries." "I understand your preference for direct communication," Amanda replied diplomatically, "but Mr. Harrison's schedule during active construction projects is extremely limited. I can certainly pass along your request to his office." Elena recognized the bureaucratic deflection designed to insulate wealthy developers from accountability to the communities their projects affected. "Please inform Mr. Harrison that Elena Martinez would like to discuss the Maple Street project with him personally. He'll understand the reference." "Of course. I'll include your message in my report to his office," Amanda assured her. "In the meantime, would you like me to schedule the assessment visit for temporary housing assistance?" Elena considered the offer, weighing her need for practical solutions against her desire to avoid legitimizing Harrison Development's systematic approach to community displacement. "Let me discuss it with my daughter and get back to you." After ending the call, Elena sat at her kitchen table, staring at the construction site through the window while processing the morning's revelations. The security footage had complicated her understanding of James's motivations, revealing genuine trauma alongside calculated professional interest. The efficiency of Harrison Development's community relations apparatus demonstrated that their project was part of a systematic approach to urban development that prioritized wealth accumulation over community preservation. Elena found herself wondering whether James Harrison, the traumatized accident victim, and James Harrison, the billionaire developer, were fundamentally different people, or whether his wealth had simply provided him with resources to compartmentalize empathy and business interests. His evening at her dinner table might have genuinely moved him while still serving his professional objectives. Sophia returned from school to find Elena surrounded by printed research about Harrison development, zoning regulations, and tenant rights organizations. The kitchen table looked like a command center for community organizing rather than their usual homework and bill-paying station. "How did the security footage review go?" Sophia asked, settling beside her mother with obvious interest. Elena described the morning's discoveries: the car accident that had genuinely traumatized James, his systematic documentation of their building during his departure, and the revelation that Harrison Development maintained an entire department dedicated to managing community resistance to their projects. So his arrival was accidental, but his response was strategic, Sophia summarized with characteristic analytical clarity. "Exactly. I think the trauma was real, but the gratitude quickly transformed into professional opportunity assessment." Sophia examined the research materials Elena had gathered, her expression growing increasingly serious as she absorbed information about Harrison Development's track record and James Harrison's personal wealth. "Mom," Sophia said quietly, "I think we're dealing with someone much more powerful and potentially dangerous than we initially realized." Elena looked at her daughter with concern. "Dangerous? How?" "Not physically dangerous," Sophia clarified, "but someone with the resources and political connections to systematically alter our community regardless of resident preferences. The extended construction permits, the community relations department, the temporary housing assistance, it's all designed to manage resistance rather than prevent harm." Elena felt proud of her daughter's sophisticated analysis while simultaneously concerned about the adult responsibilities Sophia was taking on by helping to research their family's circumstances. "What do you think we should do?" Sophia considered the question with the methodical approach she brought to complex problems. "I think we should document everything: the construction impacts, the community relations contacts, any offers of assistance or compensation. And I think we should connect with other residents to understand whether Harrison Development is making similar offers throughout the neighborhood." "You think they're trying to buy cooperation?" "I think they're trying to prevent organized resistance by addressing individual concerns rather than community-wide issues," Sophia replied. "If each family negotiates separately with Harrison Development, there's no unified voice advocating for neighborhood preservation." Elena realized her 15-year-old daughter had identified the fundamental strategy behind corporate community relations efforts: divide potential opposition by offering individual solutions while avoiding systematic accountability for collective harm. How do we build unified community response when everyone's struggling with individual survival? Sophia's expression grew thoughtful. "We start by sharing information about what Harrison Development is offering different families, and we help people understand that accepting individual assistance might undermine collective bargaining power." Elena felt amazed by her daughter's instinctive understanding of community organizing principles, even as she wondered how Sophia had developed such sophisticated political analysis. "Where did you learn about collective bargaining strategies?" "Research for my economics class about labor union formation," Sophia replied matter-of-factly. "The same principles apply to neighborhood organizing. Individual workers have limited power against corporate employers, but organized workers can negotiate from strength." As evening approached and construction noise began to subside for the day, Elena found herself thinking about James Harrison with increasing complexity. The security footage had revealed that his arrival at her door represented genuine vulnerability. but his subsequent actions demonstrated how quickly wealthy individuals could transform personal gratitude into professional advantage. Elena realized that her anger wasn't primarily about James's deception, though that remained painful, but about the systemic inequalities that allowed someone of his resources to fundamentally alter her community while offering only individual accommodations rather than collective respect for neighborhood preferences. "Sophia," Elena said suddenly, "I want to take Harrison Development up on their offer for temporary housing assistance during your exam period." Sophia looked at her mother with surprise. "I thought you didn't want to accept their help." "I don't want to need their help," Elena corrected. "But if they're going to disrupt our lives regardless of our preferences, we should claim every benefit they're offering while organizing with our neighbors to demand better community-wide solutions." Sophia smiled at her mother's strategic thinking. Use their individual accommodations while building collective resistance. "Exactly. And I want to document everything about how their community relations department operates, so other neighborhoods facing similar developments can learn from our experience." Elena realized that James Harrison had inadvertently provided her with more than temporary shelter during a storm. He had given her insight into how wealth and power operated in their community, and therefore how residents could most effectively organize to protect their interests. The construction might continue for 18 months, but Elena Martinez was far from powerless in determining how that process would affect her neighborhood and family. Outside their window, security lights illuminated the construction site where tomorrow's excavation would begin, the foundation for James Harrison's $15 million mansion. But inside their modest apartment, Elena and Sophia were laying the foundation for something potentially more powerful: organized community resistance that could transform individual grievances into collective action for systemic change. James Harrison might have wealth and political connections, but Elena had something equally valuable: intimate understanding of her community's needs and the determination to fight for neighborhood preservation rather than simply accepting displacement. The battle for their community's future was just beginning. Elena had been expecting the knock at her door ever since she'd left the message with Amanda from Harrison Development's Community Relations Department 3 days earlier. What she hadn't expected was to feel her heart race with anticipation rather than simple anger when the sound finally came at precisely 7:30 on a Thursday evening. After Sophia had returned from her grocery store shift and they'd finished sharing a quiet dinner of leftover soup and day-old bread. Through the peephole, James Harrison looked like an entirely different person from the disheveled storm victim who had sought shelter at their door a week earlier. His charcoal gray suit was perfectly tailored, his dark hair meticulously styled, and his posture carried the confident bearing of someone accustomed to commanding rooms full of powerful people. Even his injury had been professionally attended to. The bandaged hand Elena had treated with basic first aid was now barely noticeable beneath what appeared to be expert medical care. Elena opened the door with the chain latch still engaged, a precaution that felt both necessary and slightly ridiculous, given that James could undoubtedly afford security teams that would make her apartment door's locks meaningless. "Elena," James said quietly, his storm-gray eyes meeting hers with an expression that seemed to combine regret, determination, and something else she couldn't quite identify. "Thank you for agreeing to see me." "I haven't agreed to anything yet," Elena replied, though she found herself disengaging the chain latch despite her words. "Sophia and I have some questions about your construction project and its impact on our neighborhood." James nodded as though he'd expected exactly this response. "I hope I can provide satisfactory answers. May I come in?" Elena stepped aside, noting how James moved through their small apartment with careful respect rather than the casual entitlement she might have expected from someone of his wealth. He paused to examine the framed photographs on their bookshelf, images of Elena's grandmother, Sophia's school achievements, and the few family celebrations they'd been able to afford over the years. Sophia appeared from the bedroom where she'd been finishing homework, her expression carefully neutral as she studied James with the analytical attention she typically reserved for complex scientific problems. At 15, Sophia had developed sophisticated skills for reading adult motivations and calculating potential threats to their family's security. "Mr. Harrison," Sophia said with polite formality that immediately established distance between them, "I trust your driver recovered from the accident." James smiled slightly, apparently recognizing Sophia's diplomatic way of acknowledging their previous acquaintance while maintaining emotional boundaries. "Marcus is fine, thank you. He suffered a concussion but no permanent damage. I owe both of you a debt of gratitude for your assistance that night." Elena gestured toward their small couch, the same piece of furniture where James had slept during the storm. "Please, sit down. We'd like to understand why you didn't disclose your identity or your plans for the neighborhood when you were in our home." James settled carefully on the edge of the couch, his expensive suit contrasting sharply with the modest furniture Elena had purchased second-hand and maintained through careful budgeting. "You have every right to feel deceived," he began, his voice carrying genuine remorse. "When I arrived at your door that night, I was dealing with shock from the accident and concern for my driver. In that moment, I wasn't thinking like a businessman. I was simply grateful for your kindness." "But by morning, you were thinking like a businessman," Sophia observed with the directness that characterized her approach to complicated situations. James turned to face Sophia with obvious respect for her intelligence. "Yes. I'd be lying if I claimed that spending the evening with your family didn't provide valuable insights into community dynamics and resident concerns." Elena felt a familiar surge of anger at his casual acknowledgement of using their hospitality for professional intelligence gathering. "So our conversation was market research disguised as gratitude?" "No," James replied immediately, his tone carrying more emotion than Elena had expected. "The gratitude was genuine. Your kindness reminded me of qualities I'd forgotten were possible in human interaction. But I'd also be dishonest if I claimed that understanding your family's circumstances didn't influence my subsequent business decisions." Elena studied James's expression, searching for signs of manipulation or calculated charm. Instead, she saw something that looked like vulnerability, carefully controlled beneath professional composure. "What kind of business decisions?" Elena asked. James was quiet for a long moment, his gaze moving around their modest apartment before settling on the window that provided a clear view of the construction site that had dominated their lives for the past week. "The mansion being built behind your apartment," James said carefully, "isn't intended for me to live in." Elena felt confusion replace her anger. "What do you mean?" "I mean it's being built for you and Sophia." The words hung in the air between them like something from a foreign language Elena couldn't quite translate. Sophia's pen stopped moving across her homework, and Elena found herself staring at James with complete bewilderment. "That's impossible," Elena said finally. "We couldn't afford the property taxes on a mansion, let alone—" "Everything has been arranged," James interrupted gently. "The property taxes, maintenance costs, utilities, insurance, all established through an endowment fund that will cover expenses in perpetuity." Elena's mind reeled as she tried to process information that seemed too extraordinary to be real. "Why would you build us a mansion? We're strangers who provided you with one-night shelter." James leaned forward slightly, his expression growing more intense. "Because that one night reminded me what I've been missing while building an empire I inherited rather than earned. Your family demonstrated generosity, intelligence, and resilience that I've spent years searching for in boardrooms and country clubs without success." Sophia set down her pen entirely, giving James her full attention with the focused concentration she typically reserved for scientific phenomena that challenged her understanding of how the world operated. "Mr. Harrison," Sophia said slowly, "are you saying you've built us a house worth millions of dollars because we made you dinner during a storm?" James smiled at Sophia's characteristically direct analysis. "I'm saying I've built you a home because your mother's kindness revealed something about human nature that I'd forgotten was possible, and because both of you deserve opportunities that have been limited by circumstances beyond your control." Elena felt herself beginning to shake with emotions she couldn't identify: gratitude, disbelief, anger, and something approaching terror at the prospect of such fundamental change to their carefully balanced life. "This is insane," Elena said, rising from her chair to pace the small distance their apartment allowed. "You can't just decide to transform someone's life because you were moved by their behavior during an emergency." "Can't I?" James asked quietly. "I have resources that are essentially unlimited, and your family has needs that are entirely reasonable. Why shouldn't those circumstances intersect in ways that benefit everyone involved?" Elena stopped pacing to stare at James with growing recognition of how utterly different their worldviews had become. For him, solving problems with money was as natural as breathing. For her, accepting charity represented a fundamental threat to the independence she'd fought to maintain throughout Sophia's childhood. "Because we're not a charity project," Elena replied with fierce dignity. "Sophia and I have built our lives through our own efforts, and we don't need to be rescued by someone who thinks wealth gives him the right to make decisions about our future." James absorbed her response without defensiveness, as though he'd anticipated exactly this reaction. "You're absolutely right that I have no right to make decisions about your future. I'm not offering to rescue you. I'm asking if you'd accept a gift that would expand your choices rather than limiting them." "What's the difference?" Sophia asked, her analytical mind engaging with the distinction James was attempting to make. "The difference is agency," James replied, addressing Sophia directly. "A rescue assumes you're incapable of succeeding without intervention. A gift assumes you're entirely capable of success and simply provides resources that accelerate your existing trajectory." Elena found herself considering this distinction despite her instinctive resistance to accepting anything from James. She had indeed succeeded in building a stable life for Sophia, and their trajectory toward her daughter's college education and potential medical career was clear, even if it was slow and financially challenging. "What exactly are you proposing?" Elena asked, settling back into her chair with the careful attention she brought to reviewing complex medical procedures. James reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a thick manila envelope that appeared to contain extensive documentation. "The property behind your building, including the lot where your grandmother's house sits, has been purchased and developed as a single residential compound. The main house is 8,000 square feet with 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a library, and a dedicated laboratory space designed for Sophia's scientific work." Elena felt her breath catch at the mention of her grandmother's property. "You bought my grandmother's house?" "I purchased it from the bank that held the reverse mortgage your grandmother had secured to cover her medical expenses during her final illness," James explained gently. "The sale price was $340, significantly above current market value, to ensure the transaction benefited her estate." Elena stared at James with growing shock. Her grandmother had never mentioned a reverse mortgage, and Elena had assumed the house was owned free and clear when she inherited it. The revelation that her grandmother had been struggling with medical debt while Elena was completing nursing school created a wave of guilt and sorrow that temporarily overwhelmed her anger. "I didn't know about the reverse mortgage," Elena said quietly. "Your grandmother was protecting you from additional financial stress while you were establishing your career," James replied with sympathy. "The medical expenses from her final year exceeded her savings, and the reverse mortgage allowed her to remain in the house while accessing the equity she'd built over 40 years. Sophia looked up from the envelope of documents James had placed on their coffee table. "Mr. Harrison, are you saying you've consolidated both properties and built a single residence that includes the land where our great-grandmother's house stood?" "Exactly. The original house was structurally unsound, but I've preserved elements that held sentimental value: the front door, some of the original hardwood floors, and the kitchen window that looked out onto her garden. These have been incorporated into the new construction." Elena found herself overwhelmed by the thoughtfulness of preserving pieces of her grandmother's home within the larger development. The gesture suggested that James had listened carefully to her stories about her grandmother's life and legacy. "What about the financial obligations?" Elena asked, attempting to focus on practical concerns rather than becoming lost in emotional considerations. James opened the envelope and withdrew several sets of documents that appeared to have been prepared by teams of lawyers and financial advisors. "All property taxes, insurance, and maintenance costs will be covered by an endowment fund established through Harrison Development. Additionally, there's a separate educational fund that will cover Sophia's undergraduate and graduate education at any institution she chooses to attend." Sophia reached for the documents with obvious curiosity, her mathematical mind immediately engaging with the financial details. Elena watched her daughter's eyes widen as she processed the scope of James's proposal. "Mom," Sophia said quietly, "the educational endowment is for $1.2 million. Elena felt the room seem to tilt around her as she absorbed this information. The amount represented more money than she would earn in 20 years of nursing, enough to provide Sophia with educational opportunities they'd never dared to imagine possible. "There's also provision for Elena's medical school education," James continued, "including living expenses and debt retirement for existing student loans." Elena's hand flew to her chest as though she could physically contain the emotional impact of his words. "Medical school?" "Sophia mentioned during our dinner conversation that you had originally intended to become a doctor before circumstances required you to pursue nursing for faster employment. The endowment includes funding for you to complete medical school if that's something you'd like to pursue." Elena found herself unable to speak as James described the possibility of achieving dreams she'd abandoned 15 years earlier, when Sophia's needs had required immediate income rather than extended education. The idea of becoming a doctor had been so thoroughly set aside that hearing it discussed as a realistic option felt like emotional whiplash. "Why?" Elena managed finally. "Why would you do this for strangers?" James was quiet for a long moment, his expression growing distant, as though he were accessing memories that caused him pain. "Because your kindness that night reminded me of my mother," James said finally, his voice carrying emotion that made it clear this explanation went to the heart of his motivations. "She died 3 years ago while I was in Tokyo closing a commercial real estate deal worth $300 million. Elena felt her anger beginning to soften as she recognized genuine grief in James's voice. "I received the call that she'd been admitted to the hospital with heart failure, but I convinced myself the deal was too important to interrupt. My assistant assured me she was stable, that I could visit her as soon as I returned to New York." James paused, clearly struggling with the memory. "She died 2 days later, alone, while I was celebrating a successful negotiation with investors who forgot my name before the champagne was finished." Sophia set down the financial documents, her attention fully focused on James's story. "My mother spent 40 years trying to teach me that success meant contributing to other people's ability to thrive, not just accumulating wealth for its own sake. She would have loved meeting both of you. Your resilience, your intelligence, your commitment to building something meaningful despite limited resources." Elena found herself thinking about her own grandmother's values, and the lessons about generational responsibility that had guided her decisions throughout Sophia's childhood. "What was your mother like?" Elena asked softly. James smiled with genuine warmth for the first time since arriving at their apartment. She was a pediatric nurse at Mount Sinai for 37 years. She worked nights and weekends to support my education after my father died, and she never stopped believing that privilege created obligations to serve others rather than just yourself. Elena felt a shock of recognition at the parallel between James's mother's sacrifices and her own choices for Sophia's benefit. "She sounds like she was an extraordinary woman." She was, and she would have been appalled by how I'd lost sight of her values while building wealth I inherited rather than earned. James looked directly at Elena. "Spending that evening with your family reminded me what unconditional generosity looks like and what it means to prioritize other people's welfare over your own immediate interests." Sophia had been listening to this conversation while occasionally glancing at the financial documents, her analytical mind clearly processing both the emotional and practical dimensions of James's proposal. "Mr. Harrison," Sophia said carefully, "this is an incredibly generous offer, but accepting it would fundamentally change our lives in ways we might not be prepared for." James turned to Sophia with obvious respect for her mature analysis. "What concerns you most about that change?" Sophia considered the question with characteristic thoughtfulness. "Financial dependence on someone we barely know, social displacement from our community, the psychological pressure of living with wealth we didn't earn, the possibility that you might change your mind or attach conditions we haven't anticipated." Elena felt proud of her daughter's sophisticated understanding of the complex implications of James's offer, even as she recognized that Sophia's concerns reflected their family's long experience with economic vulnerability. "Those are all legitimate concerns," James acknowledged. "What would need to be true for you to feel secure accepting assistance that could transform your opportunities?" Sophia exchanged a glance with Elena before responding. "Legal guarantees that couldn't be revoked based on personal relationships or changing circumstances. Community involvement that ensures we remain connected to our neighborhood rather than being isolated by wealth. Clear understanding of any expectations or obligations that come with accepting your gift." James nodded approvingly at Sophia's systematic approach to risk assessment. "All of those protections can be legally established. The endowments would be irrevocable trusts administered by independent financial institutions. The property deed would be transferred to Elena with no mechanisms for reclamation, and there are no expectations beyond your willingness to accept the gift." Elena found herself studying James's expression for signs of manipulation or hidden agendas, but she saw only genuine desire to provide opportunities her family had been denied by circumstances beyond their control. "James," Elena said quietly, "this level of generosity is beyond anything I can comprehend. What do you gain from providing us with resources that could change our lives so dramatically?" James was quiet for a moment, clearly considering how to articulate motivations that went beyond simple philanthropy. "I gain the knowledge that I've used my inherited wealth to honor my mother's values, rather than simply accumulating more money I don't need. I gain the satisfaction of knowing that Sophia's intelligence will be fully developed through unlimited educational opportunities. And I gain the peace of mind that comes from transforming a brief encounter into lasting positive change for people who demonstrated the kind of character I want to emulate." Elena realized that James's motivations were more complex than simple charity. He was seeking redemption for years of prioritizing wealth accumulation over human connection, and her family represented an opportunity to redirect his resources toward meaningful purpose. "What happens if we decline your offer?" Elena asked. "Then the property would be donated to a community development fund that supports affordable housing initiatives, James replied without hesitation. Your grandmother's house would be restored and maintained as community space. And I would hope you'd accept my apology for any deception or discomfort my construction project has caused. Elena felt surprised by James's response, which suggested that her family's acceptance wasn't necessary for him to find meaningful use for the resources he'd dedicated to their situation. You've thought through alternative uses for the property? Of course, the goal is to ensure the resources create positive community impact regardless of your decision. Sophia had been listening to this exchange while continuing to review the legal documents, her expression growing increasingly thoughtful as she absorbed the scope and implications of James's proposal. "Mom," Sophia said slowly, "I think we should consider this offer seriously." Elena looked at her daughter with surprise. "Really?" "Think about what this would mean for our family's future," Sophia explained, her voice carrying the logical analysis Elena had come to respect. "You could complete medical school and become the doctor you originally planned to be. I could pursue marine biology at any university in the world without worrying about financial constraints. We could maintain our connection to this community while having resources to contribute to neighborhood improvement rather than just surviving day to day." Elena found herself considering Sophia's perspective, recognizing that her daughter's practical intelligence often surpassed her own when it came to evaluating complex opportunities and risks. "What about our independence?" Elena asked. "Everything we've accomplished has been through our own efforts, and everything we could accomplish in the future would still be through our own efforts," Sophia replied. "Mr. Harrison's gift would provide resources, but our success would still depend on how we use those opportunities." James had been listening to their conversation without interruption, clearly recognizing that Elena and Sophia needed to process his proposal through their own family dynamics rather than external pressure. "Elena," James said quietly, "I understand that accepting help feels like compromising the independence you've fought to maintain. But independence doesn't require rejecting resources that could accelerate your existing goals. It requires maintaining control over how those resources are used." Elena realized that James had identified the core of her resistance: fear that accepting his gift would undermine the self-reliance that had sustained her family through 15 years of economic challenges. "How do I know you won't change your mind or decide we haven't lived up to your expectations?" Elena asked. "Because the legal structures Sophia identified will make my personal opinions irrelevant," James replied. "Once the trusts are established and the property is transferred, I would have no legal authority to reclaim or modify the arrangements regardless of how our relationship evolves." Elena found herself thinking about her grandmother's lessons about generational responsibility and the importance of creating opportunities for Sophia that would extend beyond Elena's own limitations. "Can we have time to consider your offer?" Elena asked finally. "Of course, take as much time as you need," James replied, rising from the couch. "The construction will continue regardless, and all legal documents can be finalized whenever you're ready to proceed, or not proceed if that's your decision." As James moved toward the door, Sophia stood and extended her hand with formal politeness. "Thank you for explaining your proposal so thoroughly, Mr. Harrison. We appreciate your transparency about both the opportunities and the implications." James shook Sophia's hand with obvious respect for her maturity. "Thank you for asking thoughtful questions, Sophia. Your analytical approach to complex decisions is exactly the kind of intelligence that deserves unlimited educational support." Elena walked James to the door, her mind still reeling from the conversation that had fundamentally altered her understanding of their family's possibilities. "James," Elena said as he paused in the hallway, "regardless of what we decide, I want you to know that I understand what you're trying to do. Your mother would be proud of how you're choosing to honor her memory." James smiled with genuine warmth that transformed his entire expression from corporate professionalism to human connection. "Thank you, Elena. That means more than you realize." After James left, Elena and Sophia sat in silence for several minutes, both processing the magnitude of what had just been offered to their family. The financial documents remained spread across their coffee table, like evidence of a reality too extraordinary to be believable. "Mom," Sophia said finally, "what are you thinking?" Elena looked at her daughter, brilliant, dedicated, limited by circumstances she'd done nothing to create, and felt her resistance to James's offer beginning to crumble. "I'm thinking about your grandmother's dreams for our family," Elena replied slowly. "About the sacrifices she made to give me opportunities I've been trying to pass on to you. About whether pride should prevent us from accepting resources that could transform those opportunities." Sophia nodded thoughtfully. "And I'm thinking about marine biology research stations in California and medical school applications and the possibility of contributing to our community from a position of strength rather than just survival." Elena realized that James Harrison had offered them more than financial resources. He had provided a pathway to becoming the kind of people who could offer others the opportunities they themselves had been denied. "What do you think we should do?" Elena asked her daughter. Sophia smiled with the confidence that characterized her approach to complex problems with clear solutions. "I think we should accept his gift and use it to become the kind of people who create opportunities for others the way he's creating them for us." Elena looked around their modest apartment, the space where they'd built a life of dignity and purpose despite limited resources, and realized that accepting James's offer wouldn't diminish what they'd accomplished, but would instead provide the foundation for achieving dreams they'd set aside as impossible. "Then I think we should call him tomorrow and accept," Elena said, feeling fear and excitement in equal measure as she contemplated the extraordinary changes ahead. Outside their window, construction lights continued illuminating the site where James Harrison was building them a mansion they'd never requested but might finally be ready to accept as the foundation for futures they'd never dared to imagine possible. For the first time in 15 years, Elena Martinez fell asleep thinking about medical school rather than survival, while Sophia dreamed about marine biology laboratories and environmental research that could save the world's oceans. The gift that would change everything had finally found a family brave enough to accept it. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Elena's new office, casting golden patterns across the examination room where she had just finished treating Mrs. Rodriguez's diabetes, a condition that had gone undiagnosed for 3 years before the Martinez Community Health Clinic opened 4 months earlier. The space that James had designed specifically for her medical practice occupied the entire east wing of what everyone in the neighborhood had come to call the mansion that kindness built, though Elena still felt a flutter of disbelief when she walked through rooms that seemed too beautiful to be real. At 35, Elena moved through her morning patients with the confident efficiency of someone who had finally found the intersection between her deepest values and her professional calling. The pristine white coat embroidered with Dr. Elena Martinez, M.D., still felt surreal after years of scrubs and hospital shifts, but the stethoscope around her neck had become as natural as breathing during the intensive medical program she'd completed in just 18 months through an accelerated track designed for experienced healthcare professionals. Dr. Martinez called Maria Santos, the clinic's receptionist and a longtime neighborhood resident who had been among Elena's first hires. "Your 10:30 appointment is here, and Sophia just called to say she'll be stopping by after school with some friends who want to see the laboratory." Elena smiled at the mention of her daughter, whose transformation over the past 6 months had been as dramatic as her own. Sophia was thriving at Westfield Academy, a prestigious private school where her exceptional intelligence was finally being challenged by advanced placement courses in marine biology, environmental chemistry, and computer programming. More importantly, Sophia was flourishing socially among classmates who shared her academic intensity and appreciated her analytical approach to complex problems. "Tell Sophia she's welcome to bring as many friends as she likes," Elena replied, checking her appointment schedule on the tablet that had replaced the paper charts of her previous life. The laboratory was designed to inspire young scientists. The laboratory was indeed spectacular. A fully equipped research facility that James had commissioned based on Sophia's specifications, complete with specialized equipment for water quality analysis, microscopes capable of examining marine organisms, and computer systems running the sophisticated modeling software Sophia used for her environmental research. The space doubled as an educational center where Sophia taught programming to neighborhood children and conducted water quality workshops for residents concerned about municipal infrastructure. Elena's 10:30 appointment was Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen's husband, who had been avoiding medical care for a persistent cough that Elena suspected might be early-stage lung disease. The free clinic had become a lifeline for community members who had previously delayed treatment due to cost or transportation barriers, and Elena found deep satisfaction in providing care that addressed not just immediate symptoms but underlying social determinants of health. "Mr. Chen," Elena said warmly as the elderly man settled into the examination chair, "how has the cough been since we started the new medication?" "Much better, Dr. Martinez," he replied in accented English that carried the careful formality of someone who had learned the language as an adult. "My wife says I'm not keeping her awake at night anymore." Elena listened to Mr. Chen's chest with practiced attention, noting the clear improvement in his breathing since beginning treatment for the respiratory infection that had been complicated by years of environmental exposure from working in poorly ventilated factories. The examination confirmed what she'd hoped. His condition was responding well to aggressive antibiotic therapy, combined with nutritional support the clinic provided to patients dealing with chronic health issues. "Your lungs sound much clearer," Elena told him as she updated his chart, "but I want to schedule you for a follow-up chest X-ray next week to make sure we've completely resolved the infection." "The X-ray machine here at the clinic?" Mr. Chen asked with obvious relief. "Absolutely. No need to travel to the hospital unless we find something that requires specialized treatment." The digital X-ray equipment was among the most sophisticated medical technology Elena had ever worked with, far superior to what she'd used during her hospital training. James had spared no expense in creating a facility that could provide comprehensive primary care, diagnostic services, and preventive medicine to a community that had previously lacked access to quality health care. After Mr. Chen's appointment, Elena walked through the clinic's waiting area, noting with satisfaction how busy the space had become. Mothers with young children occupied the pediatric section, where Sophia's colorful murals of marine life created a calming atmosphere for anxious patients. Elderly residents sat in comfortable chairs reading newspapers in 3 different languages, socializing while waiting for appointments that addressed everything from medication management to chronic disease monitoring. The clinic operated on a sliding scale fee structure that made healthcare accessible regardless of income level, with costs covered by the endowment James had established. More importantly, Elena had insisted on a community governance model that included neighborhood representatives on the clinic's advisory board, ensuring that services reflected actual resident needs rather than outside assumptions about what the community required. Dr. Martinez called Dr. Jennifer Kim, the young physician Elena had hired as her associate. The medical school called about the residency program proposal. They're interested in establishing a community medicine rotation here. Elena felt excitement at the prospect of training young doctors in community-based healthcare that prioritized accessibility and cultural competence. The clinic was becoming a model for how medical practice could serve underserved populations without compromising quality or professional standards. Schedule a meeting with their residency director for next week, Elena replied. And let's include Sophia in the discussion. Her research on local environmental health issues would be valuable context for residents learning about community medicine. Elena's lunch break consisted of a quick salad eaten in her office while reviewing patient charts and returning calls from other community health clinics interested in replicating their service model. The Martinez Clinic had attracted attention from healthcare policy researchers studying innovative approaches to primary care delivery. And Elena found herself increasingly involved in consultations with organizations planning similar facilities in other underserved neighborhoods. A soft knock interrupted her concentration. James appeared in her doorway, carrying 2 coffee cups and wearing the slightly rumpled appearance that suggested he'd been working since early morning on development projects that now focused exclusively on community benefit rather than profit maximization. "Thought you might need caffeine," James said, settling into the chair across from Elena's desk with the easy familiarity that had developed between them over months of shared meals, long conversations, and collaborative work on community development initiatives. Elena accepted the coffee gratefully, noting how James's presence had become one of the day's most pleasant interruptions rather than a source of tension or uncertainty. Their relationship had evolved gradually, from formal gratitude through cautious friendship into something deeper that neither had anticipated, but both had embraced with surprising naturalness. "How did the city planning meeting go?" Elena asked, referring to James's morning presentation about the affordable housing project he was developing in partnership with community organizations. "Better than expected," James replied with satisfaction. "The City Council approved the zoning variance, and we should break ground on the first phase next month. 48 units of workforce housing designed by residents and built with local hiring preferences." Elena smiled at the transformation in James's professional priorities, which now reflected his mother's values about using privilege to create opportunities for others rather than simply accumulating wealth. Harrison Development had become a leader in community-responsive development, with projects that strengthened existing neighborhoods rather than displacing longtime residents. Any resistance from other developers? Some grumbling about setting precedents for community input in development decisions, James acknowledged. But the profit margins are still reasonable, and the public relations benefits have attracted other investors interested in socially responsible development. Elena found herself admiring not just James's commitment to ethical business practices, but his systematic approach to changing industry standards through successful examples rather than moral arguments. He had discovered that community-focused development could be both profitable and transformative, creating a model that other companies were beginning to emulate. "Speaking of community input," James said with a smile that suggested he was about to share good news, "the Neighborhood Association voted unanimously to support your proposal for the mobile health unit." Elena felt excitement at the prospect of extending the clinic's services beyond their building through a fully equipped vehicle that could provide health care in apartment complexes, senior housing, and other locations where transportation barriers limited access to medical care. "They approved the funding request?" "They approved more than that," James replied, pulling a folder from his briefcase. "The association wants to establish a community health endowment that would support mobile services, health education programs, and preventive care initiatives throughout the neighborhood." Elena reviewed the proposal, noting the scope of services the endowment would support and the governance structure that ensured community control over how resources were allocated. The initiative represented exactly the kind of resident-driven development she and Sophia had envisioned during those early conversations about systemic change versus individual charity. "This is remarkable," Elena said, studying the budget projections and service goals. "How did you convince the association to take on such an ambitious project?" "I didn't convince them of anything," James replied with genuine humility. "I simply provided information about what was possible and offered to help implement whatever they decided would best serve their needs. Elena recognized the subtle but important distinction between James's current approach to community development and the corporate strategies he'd once employed. Instead of promoting predetermined solutions, he now functioned as a resource for community-generated ideas, supporting resident priorities rather than imposing external agendas. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of animated voices in the clinic's main corridor. Through Elena's office window, she could see Sophia leading a group of her classmates through the facility, pointing out various features of the laboratory and explaining the environmental research projects she conducted after school. "Your daughter has become quite the tour guide," James observed with obvious affection. Elena watched Sophia demonstrate the water quality testing equipment to her fascinated audience, noting how confidently her 16-year-old daughter engaged with complex scientific concepts and sophisticated laboratory procedures. Sophia's academic achievements at Westfield Academy had exceeded even Elena's high expectations, but more importantly, Sophia had maintained her commitment to using her education for community benefit rather than simply personal advancement. "She's been accepted to 3 marine biology programs for this summer," Elena said proudly. "Stanford, Woods Hole, and Scripps Institution of Oceanography. She's having trouble deciding which research opportunity would be most valuable." "Those are incredibly competitive programs," James replied with admiration. "What's her decision-making process?" "She's evaluating which program would provide skills most applicable to her long-term goal of developing technology for ocean pollution remediation," Elena explained. "Sophia approaches career planning the way she approaches scientific problems: systematic analysis of variables and optimization for maximum impact." Elena had come to appreciate how Sophia's analytical approach to life decisions reflected sophisticated understanding of how individual choices could create broader social benefits. Her daughter was developing into the kind of person who would use exceptional abilities to address collective challenges rather than simply pursuing personal success. "Has she given any thought to college applications?" James asked. "She's been accepted to MIT's early admission program with full scholarship plus research stipend," Elena replied, still feeling amazed by her daughter's achievements. "But she's also considering gap year opportunities to work with marine conservation organizations before beginning undergraduate studies." Elena supported whatever decision Sophia made about her educational trajectory, recognizing that her daughter now had unlimited options rather than the constrained choices that had characterized Elena's own youth. The freedom to make decisions based on intellectual passion rather than financial necessity represented everything Elena had hoped to achieve through years of sacrifice and strategic planning. The afternoon brought a steady stream of patients, routine checkups, chronic disease management, preventive care, and the occasional urgent condition that required Elena's emergency medicine skills. Each appointment reinforced her satisfaction with the career path she'd finally been able to pursue, providing medical care that addressed not just individual symptoms, but community health patterns and social determinants of wellness. At 4:30, Elena's last patient of the day was Mrs. Washington, the church secretary who had blessed Sophia and her brothers during their infant baptism years earlier. Mrs. Washington now served on the clinic's Community Advisory Board, bringing decades of neighborhood knowledge to discussions about healthcare priorities and service delivery. "Dr. Martinez," Mrs. Washington said as Elena reviewed her medication list, "I wanted to thank you again for helping my grandson Marcus with his asthma management. He hasn't had a serious attack since you adjusted his treatment plan." Elena smiled at the mention of Marcus, a 12-year-old whose asthma had been poorly controlled due to inadequate access to specialist care and expensive medications. The clinic's pharmaceutical assistance program had enabled comprehensive treatment that dramatically improved his quality of life. "How is Marcus doing with the inhaler technique we practiced?" "Perfect," Mrs. Washington replied proudly, "and he's been teaching other children in the neighborhood about environmental triggers and proper medication use. You've turned him into a little asthma educator." Elena felt satisfaction at hearing how her patients were becoming advocates for their own health and resources for their community's wellness. The clinic's emphasis on health education and community capacity building was creating multiplier effects that extended far beyond individual appointments. "Mrs. Washington," Elena said as she completed the examination, "would Marcus be interested in participating in Sophia's summer environmental health program? She's organizing workshops about air quality monitoring and pollution reduction that might appeal to his interest in asthma management." "He would love that," Mrs. Washington replied enthusiastically. "That girl of yours has inspired half the children in the neighborhood to become interested in science and community health." Elena felt pride at hearing about Sophia's impact on local young people, many of whom had previously lacked exposure to science education or career possibilities beyond their immediate environment. Sophia's combination of academic excellence and community engagement was creating pathways for other neighborhood children to imagine futures they might not have previously considered possible. After Mrs. Washington's appointment, Elena completed her patient notes and prepared to close the clinic for the day. The space gradually quieted as staff members finished their responsibilities and patients departed with prescription medications, follow-up appointments, and educational materials about managing their health conditions. Elena walked through the empty examination rooms, turning off equipment and ensuring everything was properly secured for the night. The routine had become as natural as her previous hospital shifts, but the satisfaction was entirely different. Here, she controlled the pace and priorities of her practice, focusing on preventive care and community health rather than crisis management and institutional protocols. "Ready to head home?" James asked, appearing in the clinic's main corridor with his jacket and briefcase, having finished his own workday in the mansion's home office where he managed Harrison Development's expanding portfolio of community-focused projects. Elena felt warmth at the casual use of home to describe the space they now shared, though they maintained separate bedrooms and independent schedules out of respect for Sophia's comfort with their evolving relationship. The three of them had developed easy household rhythms that honored both family privacy and romantic partnership without creating pressure or artificial timelines. "Almost ready," Elena replied, gathering her medical bag and clinic keys. "I want to check on the laboratory setup before Sophia's workshop tomorrow." They walked together toward the mansion's residential wing, passing through the central gallery where Elena's grandmother's restored front door served as an entrance to the library. James had insisted on preserving elements of the original house throughout the new construction, creating continuity between Elena's family history and their transformed circumstances. In the laboratory, Elena found Sophia calibrating equipment for the next day's environmental health workshop, which would teach neighborhood children to test water quality, measure air pollution, and analyze data about environmental factors that affected community health. The program had attracted participants from 3 different schools and generated interest from parent volunteers who wanted to learn alongside their children. "How many students are registered for tomorrow's session?" Elena asked, noting the materials Sophia had organized for hands-on learning activities. 18, Sophia replied, looking up from the microscope she was adjusting. And Dr. Kim volunteered to help with the health impact discussions, so we can provide medical context for the environmental data. Elena felt satisfaction at seeing how Sophia's scientific interests were creating educational opportunities for other young people, while strengthening connections between the clinic and neighborhood schools. The laboratory was fulfilling its intended purpose as both research facility and community resource. "James," Sophia said, addressing him with the comfortable formality they'd maintained throughout their family's transition, "thank you for arranging the guest speaker from the Environmental Protection Agency. Having a federal researcher discuss career opportunities will be valuable for students who might not realize their interest in environmental science could become a profession. James smiled at Sophia's systematic approach to exposing young people to career possibilities they might not encounter otherwise. Dr. Patterson was excited to participate. She mentioned that your water quality research has been cited in several EPA studies about urban infrastructure challenges. Elena felt pride at hearing about Sophia's growing recognition within professional scientific communities, though her daughter remained focused on local applications of her research rather than pursuing personal recognition or advancement opportunities. The three of them made their way to the mansion's kitchen, where Sophia began preparing dinner with ingredients from the garden she'd established behind the laboratory. The organic vegetables and herbs provided fresh produce for their meals while serving as teaching materials for nutrition education programs at the clinic. "Mom," Sophia said as she chopped vegetables with the efficient technique Elena had taught her years earlier, "Westfield Academy asked if I'd be interested in speaking at their science symposium next month about community-based environmental research." Elena felt amazement at how Sophia's academic achievements were creating opportunities to influence other students' understanding of how scientific knowledge could serve community needs rather than simply advancing individual careers. What would you want to focus on in your presentation? How environmental research becomes meaningful when it addresses problems that affect people's daily lives, Sophia replied thoughtfully, and how scientific training can be used to strengthen communities rather than just providing credentials for professional advancement. Elena recognized in Sophia's response the values she had tried to instill throughout her daughter's childhood, the importance of using abilities and opportunities to benefit others rather than simply pursuing personal success. Sophia was developing into the kind of person who would use exceptional education to address collective challenges rather than accumulate individual advantages. As they prepared dinner together, Elena found herself reflecting on the extraordinary changes that had transformed their lives since that storm night when she'd opened her door to a bedraggled stranger. The simple act of offering shelter had set in motion a series of events that had fundamentally altered not just their family's circumstances, but their understanding of what was possible when people chose generosity over suspicion, collaboration over competition. "Elena," James said as they settled at the dining table that occupied the same space where Elena's grandmother's kitchen table had once stood, "I have something to ask you." Elena looked up from her plate, noting an unusual nervousness in James's expression that suggested whatever he wanted to discuss was significant. "The Community Development Foundation is planning a major expansion of affordable housing and health services programs," James began carefully. "They've asked me to serve on the board of directors, which would require significant time commitment, but would also provide opportunities to influence policy at the municipal level." Elena felt excitement at the prospect of James's increased involvement in community development policy, recognizing how his business expertise and financial resources could create systematic changes that benefited underserved neighborhoods throughout the city. "That sounds like an important opportunity," Elena said encouragingly. "What's your hesitation?" James was quiet for a moment, clearly considering how to articulate concerns that went beyond simple professional decision-making. "The board position would require extensive travel for conferences and policy meetings," James explained. "I want to make sure that accepting the role wouldn't compromise my commitments to our family and this community." Elena felt touched by James's consideration of how his professional choices would affect their relationship and shared responsibilities, recognizing the careful balance he maintained between career ambitions and personal priorities. "James," Elena said gently, "your work on community development policy could help thousands of families. Sophia and I would support your decision to accept the board position." Sophia nodded in agreement. "Besides, the policy work would complement Mom's clinic and my environmental research. We'd all be working on different aspects of community health and development." Elena realized that their family was developing into a team focused on community service rather than individual advancement, with each person contributing specialized skills toward shared goals of social justice and neighborhood improvement. "There's something else," James said, his nervousness returning as he reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a small velvet box that made Elena's heart race with anticipation. Elena stared at the box, suddenly understanding the significance of James's careful consideration of his future commitments and their family's evolving dynamics. "Elena," James said, opening the box to reveal a simple but elegant engagement ring, "would you marry me?" Elena felt tears spring to her eyes as she absorbed the question she'd been hoping for but hadn't dared to expect. Their relationship had developed with careful respect for Sophia's comfort and Elena's independence, but the depth of their connection had become undeniable over months of shared work, family dinners, and quiet conversations about values and future goals. "Yes," Elena said without hesitation, extending her hand so James could slip the ring onto her finger with obvious relief and joy. Sophia applauded enthusiastically, her face bright with happiness at the formal recognition of what had become their family's reality over the past several months. "Finally," Sophia said with characteristic directness, "I was wondering when you two would make it official." Elena laughed through her tears, realizing that her perceptive daughter had been waiting for the adults to catch up with emotional decisions that seemed obvious to her analytical mind. "When would you like to have the wedding?" James asked, settling back in his chair with an expression of contentment that suggested he'd been nervous about Elena's response, despite their obvious compatibility. Elena considered the question, thinking about the community they'd built and the people who had supported their family's transformation over the past 6 months. "I'd like to have the ceremony here, in the garden," Elena said, envisioning their wedding as a celebration that included the neighborhood residents who had become extended family. "And I'd like it to be a community event that brings together everyone who's been part of our story." James smiled with obvious approval of Elena's vision for their wedding as community celebration rather than exclusive social gathering. "What time frame were you thinking?" he asked. "Late spring," Elena replied, "after Sophia's summer research program applications are completed and the mobile health unit is operational. I want our wedding to celebrate not just our commitment to each other, but our shared commitment to this community." 3 months later, on a perfect May morning, Elena stood before her bedroom mirror in the mansion that had become home, adjusting the simple but elegant wedding dress Sophia had helped her choose. The gown was ivory silk with delicate embroidery that reflected Elena's Puerto Rican heritage, purchased from a local designer whose business had flourished with support from the Community Development Fund James had established. Through her window, Elena could see the garden where 200 guests were gathering for a ceremony that would celebrate not just her marriage to James, but the community they'd built together. Folding chairs arranged on the lawn accommodated neighbors, clinic patients, Sophia's classmates, community organization leaders, and the extended network of people whose lives had been touched by the Martinez Family Clinic. "Mom, you look beautiful," Sophia said, appearing in the doorway, wearing a bridesmaid dress the color of sea glass that complemented her growing confidence and sophistication. At 16, Sophia moved through the world with poise that reflected both exceptional education and deep commitment to community service. Elena smiled at her daughter, feeling grateful for Sophia's enthusiasm about the wedding and her obvious affection for James, who had become a father figure without attempting to replace Elena's role as primary parent. "Are you ready for this?" Elena asked, referring both to the wedding ceremony and the changes it would bring to their family structure. "I've been ready since you two started looking at each other like lovesick teenagers," Sophia replied with gentle teasing. "Besides, James makes you happy, and happiness looks good on you." Elena felt touched by her daughter's mature understanding of adult relationships, and her generous support for Elena's choice to remarry after 15 years of single parenthood. A soft knock announced James's arrival outside Elena's door. "The officiant is ready when you are," he called, his voice carrying excitement and nervousness in equal measure. Elena took a final look around the bedroom that had become her sanctuary, noting photographs of her grandmother, Sophia's academic achievements, and the life they'd built through years of determined effort and mutual support. The wedding represented not an ending, but a transformation, expanding their families while honoring the foundation Elena and Sophia had created together. In the garden, Elena walked down an aisle lined with flowers from Sophia's organic garden, past faces that told the story of their community's transformation over the past 8 months. Mrs. Chen beamed from the front row beside Mr. Chen, whose health had improved dramatically since beginning regular care at the clinic. Mrs. Washington sat with her grandson Marcus, who now served as a peer educator for asthma management among neighborhood children. Dr. Kim represented the clinic staff, while Roberto Silva and several construction workers who had built the mansion occupied chairs near families who had benefited from the affordable housing projects James now developed. The guest list reflected the interconnected community that had grown around the clinic, the laboratory, and the various programs Elena, James, and Sophia had created to address local needs. Sophia served as maid of honor, while James's best man was Dr. Patterson from the EPA, whose friendship had developed through their collaboration on environmental health research. The wedding party reflected the professional relationships that had become personal connections through shared commitment to community service. The ceremony itself was brief but meaningful, with vows that emphasized Elena and James's commitment to using their partnership to strengthen their community while building a family that honored both individual dreams and collective responsibility. Elena promised to love James while maintaining her independence and professional calling, while James vowed to support Elena's work while contributing his resources to community development rather than personal accumulation. When the officiant pronounced them married, the applause that erupted from their guests carried warmth and celebration that reflected genuine community investment in their happiness. Elena felt surrounded by chosen family whose support had made their love story possible. The reception took place on the mansion's grounds, with food prepared by local caterers whose businesses had expanded with support from the Community Development Fund. Tables arranged throughout the garden encouraged mixing between different social and economic groups, creating conversations that crossed traditional neighborhood boundaries. Elena found herself moving between tables, greeting clinic patients who had become friends, thanking community organization leaders who had supported her work, and celebrating with Sophia's classmates who had been inspired by her environmental research. The guest list represented the kind of inclusive community Elena had hoped to create through her medical practice, and James had learned to support through ethical development practices. Dr. Martinez, called Marcus, Mrs. Washington's grandson, who approached Elena with obvious excitement. "I got accepted to the summer environmental health program at the university." Elena felt pride at hearing about Marcus's achievement, recognizing how her asthma treatment had enabled his participation in educational opportunities that might lead to environmental health careers. "That's wonderful, Marcus. Sophia will be thrilled to hear about your acceptance." "She already knows," Marcus replied with a grin. "She helped me with my application essay about air quality monitoring in our neighborhood." Elena realized that Sophia's mentorship of younger students was creating pipelines for community members to access higher education and professional opportunities that had previously seemed impossible. As the evening progressed, Elena found herself dancing with James to music, performed by a band whose members included teenagers from Sophia's environmental program. The celebration felt organic and joyful, reflecting the authentic community relationships that had developed around their shared work rather than artificial social obligations. "Any regrets?" James asked as they moved together to a salsa rhythm that honored Elena's cultural heritage. Elena looked around the garden filled with people whose lives had been improved by the clinic, inspired by Sophia's research, or supported by James's community development projects. She saw Mrs. Chen teaching dance steps to Sophia's classmates, Roberto Silva discussing construction techniques with community members planning home improvements, and Dr. Kim explaining medical career paths to high school students considering healthcare professions. "Only that it took a storm to bring us together," Elena replied, pulling James closer as the music swelled around them. "Maybe that's what it took for both of us to be ready for this," James suggested, his voice carrying the contentment that had characterized his transformation from isolated billionaire to engaged community member. Elena realized that James was right. They had needed to be broken down and rebuilt before they could create the kind of partnership that served something larger than their individual needs. The storm had stripped away their protective barriers, revealing the essential humanity that made genuine connection possible. As the evening wound down and guests began to depart with leftover food and promises to stay in touch, Elena found herself standing with James and Sophia on the mansion's front steps, watching their community family walk toward homes throughout the neighborhood that had become more connected and supportive over the past 8 months. "What happens now?" Sophia asked, clearly thinking about how the wedding would change their family dynamics and future plans. Elena considered the question, thinking about the clinic's expansion plans, Sophia's upcoming summer research program, James's increasing involvement in community development policy, and their shared commitment to creating opportunities for others. "Now we keep building," Elena replied, gesturing toward the neighborhood where their work was creating ripple effects of positive change. "The clinic, the housing projects, your environmental research, James's policy work, all of it grows from here." Elena realized that their story had come full circle from that storm night when she'd offered shelter to a stranger. The simple act of opening her door had created possibilities none of them could have imagined, transforming not just their family, but an entire community through the multiplication of kindness and the strategic application of resources to collective benefit. Sophia nodded with satisfaction at her mother's response, clearly pleased with the direction their family's future was taking. "I like that plan," Sophia said simply. As they prepared to enter the mansion that had become home, Elena paused to look back at the garden where they'd celebrated their wedding and the neighborhood beyond where their work was continuing to create positive change. The storm that had brought them together seemed like a distant memory, replaced by the steady sunshine of purposeful work and community connection. Elena Martinez had begun that terrible night as a struggling single mother working multiple jobs to survive. She was ending this perfect day as Dr. Elena Harrison, community health leader, loving wife, and proud mother of a daughter who was changing the world through environmental research and youth mentorship. The transformation proved that sometimes a single act of kindness could indeed build more than walls. It could build completely new lives, stronger communities, and hope for futures that previously seemed impossible. As they walked through the front door that had once belonged to Elena's grandmother, Elena knew that every choice ahead would be guided by the values her grandmother had taught her. That love meant creating opportunities for others, that success meant lifting up your community, and that generosity multiplied when it was given freely without expectation of return. The foundation was laid. Now they would spend the rest of their lives building upon it, one act of kindness at a time.